Chapter 2805. On Wanyuan Island, the strongest person was the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, followed by the leaders of the three major forces, the Wanren Sect, the Yuanyuan Palace, and the Trade Wind Tower. The Wanren Sect was divided into several branches, each representing an independent inheritance. The leader of each branch was a top emperor-level cultivator. The Sky-Splitting Sword Palace was one of the branches. At this moment, in a corner of Wanyuan Island, Heavenly Sword King, don't go too far. A figure surrounded by a blue storm floated in the air, his tone angry. I am bullying you. What do you do about it? If you don't accept it, let's fight. On the other side, there was a blue-robed, middle-aged man with sword chi soaring to the sky. He had the appearance of a blue-robed, middle-aged man. With a sword in his hand, a terrifying sword will rush to the sky. Sword chi raged in all directions like a storm. The sword will seem to be able to split the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him, and then go kill the others. The man in a purple robe snorted. If you want my life, then exchange it with yours. The figure surrounded by the blue storm was enraged to the extreme. He directly exploded, completely exploding. The blue storm expanded several times in an instant, and a terrifying power swept through the world. It turned into two 100-meter-wide, dark blue storms that swept out at an astonishing speed. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to shatter the sky. After reaching the fifth realm, one's comprehension of the Great Path was at least complete and the Palace of the Way was opened. The power of the Great Path was at least 10 times more powerful than that of the fourth realm. Once they attacked, they could activate the corresponding power of the Great Path in the void and release a more powerful attack. Humph! The Heavenly Sword King snorted, and a touch of disdain flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the sword in his hand trembled, and he directly slashed out. A sky-blue sword light was extremely sharp and domineering. It cut through the void and directly slashed at one of the dark blue storms. The other Sword King also pulled out his sword and stabbed out. An incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the storm as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. After sending out the two storms, the figure surrounded by the blue storm did not stop at all. Instead, he directly exploded with extreme speed and flew into the distance. Although he said that he was risking his life, if he could survive, he naturally would. Run. It would be best to escape to a place where there were fellow disciples. Only then could they fight and even kill the two Sword Kings. Chase! The heavenly breaking sword monarch sneered. As soon as he said that, the two of them immediately turned into two streams of sword light and instantly gave chase. It didn't take long for the figure surrounded by the blue storm to be caught up. Hundreds of meters of sword chi slashed through the air. He couldn't escape. He really couldn't escape. These two people were stronger than him. He could still fight them one-on-one, but he would still be suppressed in the end. In a one-on-two situation, he would probably be killed in a few moves. Heaven Beheading Sword King had a look of ridicule on his face, while Heaven Breaking Sword King was somewhat impatient. He did not plan to waste time. He drew his sword. The sword light flashed and fell like a meteor. It tore through the sky and shattered the world as it blasted towards the figure surrounded by the blue storm. He couldn't dodge it. Exploding with all his power, the dark blue storm instantly expanded to its limit. Rumbling sounds swept through the world. It was extremely violent, as if it wanted to shatter everything. It did its best to resist the sword light. However, in just one breath, the storm was shattered. His entire body was blasted away by the sword light, and blood splattered across the sky. Fall! His entire body fell to the ground. Blood dyed his clothes red. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Heaven Breaking Sword King was expressionless, but a sharp, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The moment he was about to swing his sword again, a spot of light suddenly shot out from the sky. It turned from small to resplendent in an instant. It was a spot of starlight. In less than a breath's time, it became as blazing as the sun, startling the three people. What is that? Heaven Beheading Sword King was dumbfounded. Heaven-breaking Sword King's face was also filled with astonishment. As for the person who was injured and fell to the ground, he was also puzzled. What was that? Fall. It directly landed on the ground. There was no shocking momentum, nor was there a terrifying aura. Although the light was intense, there was no shocking power at all. In the next breath, the incomparably intense light rapidly dissipated, revealing a figure. Long hair fluttered, and every strand of hair seemed to be dyed with a faint silver-white light. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but also as vast as the universe. He wore a silver-white sword robe, perfectly accentuating his slender and vigorous figure. A long sword hung by his waist, and his figure was straight. There was a shocking sword aura that shot up to the sky. At first glance, he felt that there was no aura on this person. However, he also felt that there was an indescribable sword aura on this person. Who are you? Heaven-breaking Sword King frowned slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Shenzong. He only felt that this person's appearance was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, after thinking carefully, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. This feeling was very strange. Heaven-breaking Sword King wasn't the only one who felt that way. Heaven-beheading Sword King also felt the same way. The person who was injured on the ground also saw Shenzong. He was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes in disbelief. You two are from the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect? Shenzong didn't answer the other party's question. His gaze swept across and landed on the faces of Heaven-Sword King and Heaven-breaking Sword King. That's right. Heaven-Sword King directly replied. Because they had the unique symbol of the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect, there was no point in denying it. Moreover, this was the Wanren Island, and the Wanren sect was one of the 3 strongest sections. Their identities were also extraordinary, so there was no need to deny it. No matter who you are, the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect is pursuing the enemy. I hope you won't interfere. Heaven-breaking Sword King said. He couldn't see through Shenzong, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. It's good that you're from the sky-splitting sword palace. Shenzong smiled. It was a faint smile, but a cold smile. Back then, when he left the Wanren Island, he was sneakily attacked by the heaven-splitting sword emperor. If it weren't for the life-saving trump card given by the master of the wind-blowing tower, he would have been killed. However, after that, he had no choice but to escape into the cracks in the void and fight for survival. Fortunately, his luck was not bad, and he also had a lot of things to rely on. In the end, he survived in the cracks in the void and even benefited from the disaster. He directly crossed 3 borders and approached Mount Taihao, saving hundreds of years of travel time. Even so, Shenzong didn't forget the Sky Splitter Sword Emperor's attack, which had almost killed him. As for the so-called blessing in disguise, if it wasn't for his ability, he would probably have turned into ashes and his soul would have dispersed. He had to take revenge for this. Then, with his current strength, he was no match for the heaven-splitting sword emperor, but it didn't prevent him from attacking the heaven-splitting sword emperor's disciples. It was like interest. Shenzong not only recognized the 2 sword practitioners, but also recognized the identity of the injured person on the ground. He was from the wind-blowing tower. In this way, he had even more reason to attack. Shenzong's eyes became sharper as he stared at the heaven-splitting sword emperor and the heaven-beheading sword emperor, and asked in a low voice, "What's your relationship with the heaven-splitting sword emperor?" "Shut up. How dare you humiliate my master? You're courting death." The heaven-splitting sword emperor's expression suddenly changed. His anger exploded, and the sword in his hand also burst out. The heaven-splitting sword essence was shocking. The sword broke through the air and arrived with an extremely shocking power. This sword was like a flowing light, but it also carried the violent power of thunder. The sword was merciless and was about to kill Shenzong directly. Shenzong smiled. This sword seemed to be extremely powerful. It was as violent as thunder and as swift as a meteor. It could break through everything. But in Shenzong's eyes, it was nothing. This was because this heaven-sword king was only an ordinary king. He was someone who had just broken through to the king level not long ago. Not to mention Chunzong now. Even Chunzong's strength before breaking through to the fifth realm was enough to deal with him. Be careful. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor could be considered a veteran Sword Emperor on Wanyuan Island. He was very experienced and immediately sensed that something was wrong. In the face of his junior brother's sword, the other party's performance was too calm. Moreover, the way the other party appeared was too strange, making him feel very wary. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong also unsheathed his sword in an instant. The Guiwei sword was unsheathed and returned to its sheath in an instant. Chunzong's body did not move, his feet did not move, and his expression did not change at all. If a sword light flashed past as fast as lightning, it would seem that Chunzong did not unsheath his sword. Even the sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sword being sheathed were mixed together, showing how fast this sword was. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor, who had attacked with his sword, was suddenly startled, as if he had been immobilized. He did not move at all, and his eyes stared straight at Chunzong, maintaining the posture of his sword slashing through the air. "Junior brother," the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor hurriedly called out, already feeling that something was wrong. However, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor's spirit, will, and everything else had already been destroyed by Chunzong's sword. It was a kind of crushing destruction, a destruction that could not be resisted in the slightest. Dead. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor immediately realized that his junior brother had been killed. Soon after, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor burst out with an extremely terrifying sword intent. That sword intent soared into the sky, carrying an extremely shocking, blazing fury, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Burst! The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor burst out with all his strength. The sword in his hand also released an extremely shocking sword light, as if in the next breath he would release the most tyrannical and furious attack that surpassed his own limits. But in that instant, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor, who seemed to be going all out, burst out with extreme speed, turning into a sword light and rapidly fleeing into the distance. Escape! The other party had attacked and instantly killed his junior brother, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor, causing the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor to be extremely fearful. He knew that he was not a match for the other party and might even be killed. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor's thoughts were not simple either. He pretended to be going all out to take revenge, confusing the other party. In reality, he did not attack, but took the opportunity to escape. It had to be said that his method was extremely cunning. If it was under normal circumstances, he would really be able to escape. However, this was in front of Chunzong. Go and see your junior brother. Remember, I'll add Chunzong. Just as the heavenly splitting Sword King erupted with extreme speed and turned into a streak of sword light to escape, a serene voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. The content shocked him and even made his hair stand on end. However, he could no longer think about it. Chapter 28:06. Both the Heaven-Cutting Sword King and the Heaven-Breaking Sword King had died under Chunzong's sword. One of their junior brothers was the Heaven-Scar Sword Marquis, who had been killed by Chunzong. It had to be said that fate had brought them together. Now, the only ones left were their other senior brother and their master, the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. They were a family, and a family should stay together. However, with his current strength, he was no match for the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. Once they met and fought, he would be killed. Therefore, it was impossible for him to keep a family together. However, Chunzong believed that he could do it, and it would not take long. Based on his current rate of improvement, that should be the case. Of course, if he used the power of the sword scar left by the Tai House Sword Saint, he might be able to kill the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. However, that was Chunzong's greatest trump card. Chunzong was also hesitating whether to use it. He would think about it when the time came. After killing the two disciples of the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor, Chunzong also saved the injured man, who was a King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect. You're Chunzong, the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect, had also taken an elixir to stabilize his injuries. He stared at Chunzong in shock and bewilderment. His tone was full of questions and puzzlement. The King Realm expert's reaction surprised Chunzong, and he thought of many things. Then, Under Chunzong's systematic questioning, the King Realm expert told him the reason, or rather, the various events that had happened after Chunzong left the Wanyuan Island. The biggest event was the war between the Trade Wind sect and the Wanyuan sect. Why did they start the war? When Chunzong knew the reason, his expression changed involuntarily. The reason for the war was because of him. At that time, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor had secretly followed him and attacked him. As a result, he had no choice but to escape into the void crack to survive. He was extremely lucky and had a good backing, so he survived in the end. It was a blessing in disguise. However, in the sky-sundering Sword Sovereign's opinion, he was dead meat. Indeed, if a fourth realm cultivator fell into a spatial rift, only death would await them. This had been the case since ancient times, and it was the same even for fifth realm cultivators. Only sixth realm cultivators had a chance of survival. However, the gap between the fourth level and the sixth level was far, far too great. It was practically immeasurable. Thus, Chunzong would definitely die. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor felt that he had gotten his revenge. After returning, he didn't deliberately block the news. Instead, he told his disciple about it, and his disciple also spread the news. As soon as the news was spread, it was immediately known by the Trade Wind sect and the Master of the Trade Wind sect. As a result, the Master of the Trade Wind sect flew into a rage. He directly attacked the sky-sundering Sword Palace of the Wanyuan sect, intending to kill the sky-sundering Sword Emperor. However, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was prepared for this and hid himself. In the end, the sect master of the Thousand Fathoms sect stepped in and fought with the master of the Trade Wind Tower. The battle ended in a draw, and the master of the Trade Wind Tower stopped fighting with the mediation of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance Master. After that, the master of the Trade Wind Tower immediately reorganized the Trade Wind Tower and found the traitor who leaked the information. He made it public and killed the traitor directly. After that, the master of the Trade Wind Tower and the Thousand Fathoms sect would occasionally have conflicts and even fights. Both sides were emperor-level forces with extraordinary strength. After many conflicts, both sides suffered losses. The master of the Trade Wind sect and the master of the Trade Wind sect didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Thus, the conflicts continued. However, as time passed, the conflicts became fewer and fewer. It seemed that they were about to return to silence. However, a piece of news was spread. Chunzong didn't die and was listed on the Divine Lord list. This was undoubtedly a shocking piece of news. Because the news of Chunzong's death had spread, it had led to conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Wall sect. Both sides had suffered losses, but now, this conflict had weakened and was about to come to an end. But now, there was news that Chunzong hadn't died. Not only had he not died, but he had even entered the Divine Lord decree. It wasn't surprising that the same name existed in the vast universe. However, the same name with the same title was unusual. It seemed that there was only one unparalleled sword monarch, Chunzong. When the experts of the Divine Lord list on the Wanyuan Island witnessed Chunzong's challenge in the Divine Lord list, they were even more certain that Chunzong was still alive and well. The news was like a falling meteor, causing a huge commotion. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor couldn't believe it at first. Then, he flew into a rage. In his rage, he directly killed many of the Trade Wind sect's people. Then, the master of the Trade Wind sect found him. If the master of the Trade Wind sect hadn't appeared in time, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor would have been dead. However, even if he didn't die, he was severely injured. Since then, the conflicts between the Wanyuan sect and the Trade Wind sect didn't lessen. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. Now, they were like fire and water. The constant conflicts between the Trade Wind sect and the Wanyuan sect had caused great losses on both sides. The Trade Wind sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance didn't stop them. The conflicts between the two forces would weaken each other. It wasn't a bad thing for them. However, the Master of the Trade Wind sect and the Master of the Trade Wind sect were still rational. They didn't start a large-scale conflict. Otherwise, the situation would have been more serious. Now, the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect was being targeted by two King Realm experts of the Wanyuan sect. If Chenzong hadn't appeared, the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect would have died. Now that Chenzong had appeared, the two King Realm experts of the Wanyuan sect would have died. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Chenzong didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, this battle was still because of him. Then, did he have the ability to end it? Chenzong couldn't help thinking. In all fairness, everything that started with him should end with him. This was also Chenzong's style of doing things. Then, he would give it a try. If he could do it, then he would do it. If he couldn't, then he would make other plans. However, what he needed to do now was to return to the Trade Wind sect. Chenzong activated his own power and covered his whole body. This way, others wouldn't be able to see Chenzong's appearance and find out his identity. Although this method couldn't fool those Emperor Realm and Monarch Realm experts, the King Realm experts of the Wanyuan Island couldn't see through it all. At the same time, Chenzong also warned the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect that he had saved not to leak his information. Not long after, Chenzong followed the King Realm expert back to the Trade Wind sect's territory. He didn't encounter any obstruction and directly entered the Trade Wind sect to meet the master of the Trade Wind sect. Master! Chenzong dispersed his power and immediately saluted the master of the Trade Wind sect. The master of the Trade Wind sect was indeed very good to him. Chenzong. When a master of the Trade Wind sect saw Chenzong, his figure immediately flashed and appeared in front of Chenzong, carefully sizing him up. The 5th level. The master of the Trade Wind sect's eyes blazed. When Chenzong left, he had just broken through to the 4th level. Although he had broken through to the 4th level Greater Mastery, as soon as he broke through, it would take a lot of time to reach the 5th level from the 4th level Greater Mastery. However, it was still very shocking that he had broken through to the 5th level in just a few decades. However, although Chenzong had broken through to the 5th level, he wasn't listed on the God King list. In other words, Chenzong's current strength was at the 5th level. He shouldn't be very strong, but he was definitely stronger than ordinary 5th level experts. Chenzong, I'm very happy that you're back. However, it's not a good thing that you're back now. The master of the Trade Wind sect thought of something, and his expression became serious. The current situation was that the Trade Wind sect and the Wanderin sect were in constant conflict, and both sides had suffered casualties. The fuse was Chenzong. Once the Wanderin sect knew that Chenzong had returned, the Wanderin sect might make a big move to specifically target Chenzong. Although Chenzong was now at the 5th level and could be considered an expert, it was still not enough. There were definitely many 5th level experts who were stronger than Chenzong, not to mention the sky-splitting sword sovereign who wanted to kill Chenzong. Trouble and danger were definitely not good things for Chenzong. Master, I'm planning to use the Trade Wind sect space-time gate to return to the mystical light universe. Chenzong directly stated his purpose. As for the conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Men sect, even though he was the one who started it, theoretically speaking, he should be the one to end it. However, with his current strength, he was still unable to do so. In addition, he wanted to return as soon as possible. After completing his objective, he would then consider the matter between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Men sect. All right. The master of the Trade Wind sect nodded immediately and did not ask Chenzong about his specific purpose. It was undoubtedly a good thing that Chenzong had left. There was no time to lose, and he acted immediately. The master of the Trade Wind sect had personally opened the space-time gate without informing anyone else. As soon as it opened, he let Chenzong enter and quickly headed to the Trade Wind sect in the mystical light universe. From the moment Chenzong entered the Trade Wind sect headquarters to the moment Chenzong stepped into the space-time gate and left, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Even if the people of the Wanderin sect knew that Chenzong had returned, they would not be able to pursue him. After all, the Wanderin sect did not have a space-time gate that led to the mystical light universe. That was the Trade Wind sect's territory. Even if they wanted to pursue him, they would have to spend a lot of time. No one knew where Chenzong had run off to. As soon as Chenzong returned to the Trade Wind sect in the mystical light universe, he first met the commander, who thought highly of him. The commander was also very shocked when he saw Chenzong. The 5th realm. How long had it been? Chunzong had cultivated from the third realm to the fifth realm and become a king realm expert. One incredible speed of improvement. If the commander knew Chunzong's current identity, he would be even more shocked. After meeting the commander, Chunzong mentioned that he wanted to take the space-crossing divine ship to the ninth heaven universe. Unfortunately, the space-crossing divine ship was not here. It would take more than 10 years for it to arrive. Only then could he go to the trade wind sect. More than 10 years was not a short time. In addition, it would take 10 years to take the space-crossing divine ship, which added up to more than 20 years. After thinking for a while, Chunzong gave up waiting. What should he do? He immediately set off and hurried on with his own speed. Chunzong was now a top 5th realm expert. He was confident that he could enter the 5th realm on the God King list. In addition, he had superb attainments in the time and space Tao. If he hurried on his own, it would not be inferior to taking the space-crossing divine ship. It would just not be as comfortable. However, he would just treat it as an experience. Chapter 28:07. Chunzong made a prompt decision to leave as soon as he said so. His figure flashed as he transformed into a beam of sword light and flew away with extreme speed. With the combination of various powers, Chunzong's speed was much faster than an ordinary 5th realm expert. Even many top 5th realm experts might not be able to compare with Chunzong in terms of speed. The Heart Sutra was constantly circulating, allowing Chunzong to constantly comprehend and cultivate as he hurried along, increasing his strength. His mastery of the way of space had reached perfection. A space law spirit had been born in the Space Tao Palace, allowing Chunzong to have even more precise control over the way of space. Combining the mysteries of the Space Tao with himself, the beam of sword light that Chunzong transformed into seemed to become more illusory. Its aura became more subtle, and its speed also increased by a few notches. The distance between Mystic Light Universe and Ninth Heaven Universe wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Chunzong didn't stop at all. The Fiend God Sword Codex was constantly circulating, absorbing the universe's energy to restore his energy consumption, maintaining a balance between consumption and recovery. His superb control of power allowed Chunzong to exert the greatest effect with the least consumption of energy. During the journey, Chunzong also encountered some dangers, but he was able to overcome them with his own strength. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ninth Heaven Universe was right in front of him. Without stopping, Chunzong quickly entered Ninth Heaven Universe and flew towards Heaven Continent. The Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect had reappeared, causing massacre and chaos. However, Ninth Heaven Universe was relatively remote and was further away from the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect. Therefore, it had not been affected and was relatively peaceful. When Chunzong arrived at Heaven Continent, he headed straight for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and entered it quickly. Chunzong's return immediately caused a great commotion in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This was because they all knew that Chunzong had been ranked first on the Divine Lord roll before this. What kind of glory was that? Even though there were also experts on the Divine Lord roll in the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they were extremely few in number, and their rankings were not high at all. It was amazing that Chunzong could be ranked first. The Tao Alliance, in particular, was extremely excited. Now that Chunzong had returned, everyone in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was alarmed. This was especially so after they found out that Chunzong was now a 5th level expert. The shock they felt in their hearts was simply indescribable. In the end, even the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's only Martial Emperor came out and personally met with Chunzong. He knew that Chunzong had gone to the Trade Wind Tower, and the Trade Wind Tower was a much stronger Martial Emperor force than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. With Chunzong's ability, he definitely had a high status in the Trade Wind Tower. After dealing with the experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chunzong and Yunyanxin had a tender moment and then met with third senior sister Yuwuxia. As for the War Demon and Chenxiu, they were not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They had left more than 10 years ago to gain experience in the outside world. No one knew where they had gone. They were not in Ninth Heaven Universe. Chunzong proposed to return to the void where he came from. The experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court immediately agreed. After all, the present was different from the past. Shenzong was very strong and was valued more. Yun Yinxin and Yu Wuxia also returned with him. The feeling of returning was different. Previously, Shenzong had returned when he was in the third realm. Now, he was in the fifth realm. In this void, he was at the sovereign realm. Moreover, because the cultivation of the universe was more advanced than the cultivation of the void, Shenzong believed that he could sweep across the void with his own strength. Even the number one expert, the Will Dominator, was not his match. Under such circumstances, Shenzong's state of mind was completely different from before. Once he returned to the void, Shenzong took Yu Wuxia and Yun Yinxin with him. Nian Xin returned to the Will Heavenly Palace. The purpose of his return this time was to find his master, the wholehearted holy man. In the wholehearted palace, Shenzong bowed to the wholehearted holy man. Good. When the wholehearted holy man saw his disciple return, his face was overflowing with excitement. Master, your cultivation. When Shenzong straightened up, he immediately felt that the wholehearted holy man's aura was different. Fifth realm. His master's aura had reached the fifth realm. I broke through 20 years ago. The wholehearted holy man. No, he should be called the wholehearted holy man now. Although he couldn't leave the void and go to the universe, it was still good to be able to break through to the sovereign realm. After all, the wholehearted holy man had been stuck at the fourth realm for many years, but he couldn't break through. He thought that he would never be able to break through in this lifetime. It was too difficult. He didn't expect that he would be able to comprehend it by chance and break through, his strength increasing rapidly. As his strength increased, so did his status. The wholehearted palace was now one of the best in the Heavenly Palace. Even in the entire void, it was a well-known existence. It was a pity that the wholehearted palace didn't have many people. It was too difficult to get started with the One Heart Sutra. However, the wholehearted holy man was also very glad that he took in Shenzong. The growth of this disciple surprised him. After the greetings, Shenzong changed the topic to the One Heart Sutra. The One Heart Sutra wasn't created by me, the wholehearted holy man said seriously. Shenzong couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the One Heart Sutra was created by his master. He didn't expect that it wasn't. To be precise, the One Heart Sutra was created by your ancestral master. Then his tone became heavy. He created the Heart Sutra and deduced it to the fourth level. However, he failed when he was deducing the fifth level. He suffered from chi deviation and his mind went berserk, causing him to die. The wholehearted holy man didn't say this. Shenzong and Yu Wuxia didn't know. This is the deduction of the fifth realm of the One Heart Sutra that your ancestral master left behind. Take a look. The wholehearted holy man took out a simple black leather book and handed it to Shenzong. Shenzong didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and immediately flipped through it. The ancestral master didn't record much about the subsequent deduction of the One Heart Sutra. After all, he failed. Soon, Shenzong finished reading and memorized it. Then, Shenzong started discussing with the wholehearted holy man. The wholehearted holy man had already cultivated the One Heart Sutra to the fourth realm. Moreover, he was constantly deducing the fifth realm. With the previous example, he didn't try to break through directly. Instead, he deduced time and time again, trying to be safe. Shenzong had also reached the fourth realm. He had also thought about the fifth realm. Now, the two of them were deducing and communicating with each other. The wholehearted holy man spent more time than Shenzong in deducing the subsequent stages of the One Heart Sutra. He had accumulated more experience and was more vigorous. On the other hand, Shenzong had the advantage of being more flexible and complementing each other. The One Heart Sutra was an extremely profound cultivation technique. It was an auxiliary cultivation technique. Shenzong had a deep understanding of its benefits. His current strength was closely related to the assistance of the One Heart Sutra. It was also because of this that Shenzong wanted to deduce the subsequent stages of the One Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. Even if he were to discuss it with the wholehearted holy man now, it wouldn't be so easy to deduce it. It was destined to take a lot of time. Shenzong was also prepared. The rules in the void couldn't be compared to the rules of the universe. In the void, Chunzong's cultivation and comprehension couldn't be compared to the universe. It was only 1% of the time in the universe. It was very slow. However, in the deduction of the One Heart Sutra, he was constantly making breakthroughs and overcoming difficulties one after another. In addition, he was with Uninshin from time to time. His days were very comfortable. Even if his progress was slow, Chunzong never stopped cultivating. Under such circumstances, it seemed to be more beneficial for him to sharpen his swordsmanship and the application of the power of the Great Path. When it was difficult to improve one's strength, the way out was to study the application and skills. Time passed year after year. Chunzong didn't care and wasn't in a hurry to leave and return to the universe. Even if his cultivation and comprehension of the Great Path were slow, the One Heart Sutra was more important. If he could deduce the fifth realm of the One Heart Sutra, it would be of great benefit to him. 10 years, 20 years, time continued to pass. Yu Nianxin and Yu Wuxia didn't leave. They stayed in the heavenly palace of intentions to cultivate together. They were only at the fourth realm. Chunzong had many resources that were useful for the fourth realm to help them cultivate and comprehend better. Therefore, even in the void, their cultivation efficiency wasn't inferior to in the universe. Without any worries, they could stay as long as they wanted. In the 30th year, Chunzong finally made a breakthrough in the deduction of the One Heart Sutra with the One Heart Sutra. However, he was also in a difficult position. There were two results about the deduction of the fifth realm of the One Heart Sutra. The first result was to strengthen again according to the previous path. For example, the first realm was the realm of one heart and mind. The second realm was the realm of one heart and mind. The third realm was the realm of one heart and mind. The fourth realm was the realm of one heart and mind. And the fifth realm was the realm of one heart and mind. Previously, the direction of the One Heart Sutra's master's deduction was also the same. Originally, Chunzong and the One Heart Sutra's deduction direction was also the same. They simulated it again and again. However, after 30 years, Chunzong found another path, returning to simplicity. In other words, the fourth realm of the One Heart Sutra was the realm of one heart and mind, but the fifth realm wasn't the realm of one heart and mind. Instead, it returned to the realm of one heart and mind. However, it was different from the realm of one heart and mind. It was a leap in improvement. It was an improvement after the realm of one heart and mind. As for the effect, it was just a prototype of the deduction. It had yet to be confirmed. However, Chunzong didn't hesitate. He immediately chose the latter and continued with the deduction. As a result, Chunzong and the One Heart Sutra's deduction direction changed. They changed from the realm of one heart to simplicity. After continuous research, Dao Master Exin proposed to fuse the 33 heavens of heart into it. This provided another direction, allowing the deduction process to take a huge step forward. In the 40th year, the two of them deduced to a certain extent and started to simulate. In the 50th year, the deduction and simulation also reached a shocking level. Chunzong, I'm going to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, the One Heart Sutra said in a serious tone. Master, why don't you continue with the deduction and strive to perfect it? Chunzong advised. This was because if the breakthrough failed, the consequences would be very serious. The power of the mind would go berserk, and it would be over. However, the One Heart Sutra had already made up his mind. After all, what he could deduce and simulate was already the limit. This was the only way. Therefore, he wanted to try and break through personally. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, as his master, he wanted to guide Chunzong in a direction. Chapter 28:08. The Exin Dao Lord went into closed-door cultivation to verify Chunzong's research and simulations that he'd spent decades trying to make a breakthrough in Exin Sutra. Chunzong, on the other hand, was cultivating while waiting. 10 years passed in a flash, and Chunzong was cultivating his sword techniques in Exin Palace. After decades of continuous cultivation, his Exin sword technique and sword technique of the world improved to another level. Now, the power of each of his sword techniques was on par with mid-tier Sun class techniques, and it was terrifying. The energy consumption of sword techniques was far less than that of ultimate techniques. It was less than 1/10 of the energy consumption. However, the power of sword techniques wasn't inferior to ultimate techniques at all. That was why it was so difficult to improve sword techniques. Most of the level 5 sword techniques and saber techniques were on the level of Star class and Moon class techniques, and very few of them were on the level of Sun class techniques. Even if they were at the top of level 5. Only in a situation like Chunzong's would he be able to raise his sword arts to such a profound level. To be able to reach this level, other than his own comprehension and foundation, it was inseparable from the One-Hearted Sutra. Without the Exin Sutra, it was unknown if he could improve his sword techniques to the level of Sun class techniques, but the possibility wasn't high. On the other hand, Chunzong knew that while it was important to improve his sword techniques, he couldn't give up on learning ultimate techniques. Sword techniques were sword techniques, and ultimate techniques were ultimate techniques. Even if both techniques had the same power, ultimate techniques had advantages that sword techniques didn't have. For example, range, distance, and so on. Sword techniques were close combat techniques, and if the distance was increased, it would be hard to unleash the full power of the techniques. At this time, ultimate techniques were very important. Therefore, while Chunzong cultivated his sword techniques, he didn't give up on comprehending and cultivating ultimate techniques. In addition, godly spells were also very important. They were trump cards, and they were trump cards that could allow one to defeat opponents who were more powerful than them. While cultivating, Chunzong waited for the results. On the day when the 10th year was complete, which was also the 10th year since his master, Dao Lord Exan, had broken through in seclusion, a mysterious and indescribable aura erupted from the depths of the Exine Palace. This aura was not the aura of cultivation, nor was it the aura of the great Dao, nor was it the aura of the essence, qi, or spirit. Instead, it was the fluctuation of the aura of the mind. It was illusory, as if it had come from the clouds. Did it work? Chunzong immediately sheathed his sword, his face full of joy. The aura grew stronger and stronger. Like an invisible beacon, it soared into the sky and spread out, engulfing the entire One-Heart Palace. Chunzong was shocked by the power of this aura. At the same time, he was also affected by it, causing his mind to fluctuate. After that, a figure appeared. It was Daolord Exin. "Congratulations, Master," Chunzong said with a smile. Haha. Daolord Exin's face was full of joy. Originally, he only wanted to explore the path for Chunzong, the disciple he was most satisfied with. He even had the thought of sacrificing himself. He did not expect that in the end, he would succeed in breaking through. Of course, Daolord Exin was also very clear that his breakthrough was inseparable from this disciple. If Chunzong had not returned and studied the later stages of the One-Heart Sutra together with him, combining many strange ideas with his own comprehension, he would not have been able to complete the deduction even if he had another 1,000 years. Chunzong and Daolord Exin had previously named the 5th level of the One-Heart Sutra returning to truth. As the name implied, it meant that when the One-Heart Sutra was cultivated to the end, it would return to its original state. The 5th level was also the end of the One-Heart Sutra. Now that Daolord Exin had succeeded in breaking through, it proved that their decades of deduction and simulation had not been in vain. Soon, Daolord Exin also told Chunzong about his various experiences. "Thank you, Master. I should also go into seclusion for a while," Chunzong said to Daolord Exin after listening to him. He saluted with his sword and went into seclusion. Since Master had succeeded in breaking through, it was time for him to break through as well. Daolord Exin was very assured that Chunzong would go into seclusion to break through. With his experience, coupled with Chunzong's extraordinary talent, he would definitely succeed in breaking through. Daolord Exin was very much looking forward to it. The main purpose of his return was to study the later stages of the One-Heart Sutra. Now that he was finally about to achieve it, Chunzong could not help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had not really broken through yet. If he really wanted to be excited, he would have to wait until after the breakthrough. The breakthrough of the 5th level of the One Heart Sutra was closely related to the 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra. In Chunzong and Tao Lord Exion's deduction and simulation, the 5th level of the One Heart Sutra was actually to merge the essence of the 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra with the essence of the first 4 levels of the One Heart Sutra to break through the limit and truly return to truth. This was not an easy task. First, it took decades of deduction and simulation. Then, Tao Lord Exion spent another 10 years to successfully break through. If Chunzong wanted to break through, he would not be able to do it overnight. However, with Tao Lord Exion's experience, Chunzong's breakthrough would be smoother. The 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra forged 33 heart palaces. At the same time, it allowed Chunzong's mental strength to grow continuously, far surpassing others of the same cultivation level. Now, the first step to breaking through was to shatter all 33 heart palaces. However, these heart palaces were built with mental strength. After they were shattered, they would naturally not be expelled. Instead, they would turn into the initial mental strength and stay in the body. Then, with the guidance of the One Heart Sutra, he would be able to control them and break through the limit. It sounded simple and straightforward, but it was very difficult to actually do it. Shattering the heart palaces was extremely painful. It was difficult to bear, but he had to bear with it. It was like shattering his own heart. In addition, there were many things to pay attention to and details that could not be described clearly with words. As the heart palaces were shattered one after another, Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously. His face turned pale, but he endured it. Not long after, the 33 heart palaces were completely shattered, and a huge amount of mental energy was surging in his chest. The heart palace, which was formed from the power of the mind, had been solidified and could not be used. However, after it was shattered, it turned into balls and was controlled by Chunzong with great willpower. They fused with each other and merged with his originally enormous mind power. In an instant, the power of the mind power increased by several times. That mind energy seemed to have transformed into a mind lake, and it swept up layer upon layer of ripples that cleansed the surroundings. Without daring to pause or hesitate, Chunzong immediately used the One Heart Sutra. At that moment, he activated the 1,000 intents of the heart. If he wanted to break through to the 5th layer, he had to do this. He had to break through and rebuild, returning to his original state. Ever since Chunzong had mastered the 1,000 intents of heart, he had never truly activated it. This was because activating the 1,000 intents of heart consumed too much of his mental strength. Moreover, he had never needed to activate the 1,000 intents of heart to deal with any situation that he encountered. This was also the reason why the master and disciple had given up on deducing the 5th level of the myriad concepts of one heart after deducing it again and again. The 1,000 intents of the heart was the follow-up to the 1,000 intents of the heart. It was like an increase from the 100 intents of the heart to the 1,000 intents of the heart. It was an increase in quantity. However, Chunzong could only maintain the 100 intents of the heart for around 100 breaths with his tremendous mental strength from before. If he activated the 1,000 intents of the heart, he would not be able to maintain it for more than 10 breaths before his mental strength was exhausted. Of course, as Chunzong's cultivation increased, his mental strength would increase as well. However, even if it constantly increased, the 1,000 intents of the heart could not be maintained for long. After all, until now, Chunzong had no other way to improve his mental strength. He could only rely on the improvement of his cultivation to passively improve his mental strength. If he really deduced the 1,000 intents of the heart to the 5th layer, the consumption of his mental strength would undoubtedly be shocking when he activated it. With the total mental strength of Chunzong at the 5th layer, it was simply not enough to activate it. He would not even be able to maintain it for a breath's time. In other words, Chunzong had to break through to the 6th layer and increase his mental strength again before he could activate the 1,000 intents of the heart. As for how long he could maintain it after activating it, it was unclear. All in all, If he were to deduce the 1,000 intents of the heart as the fifth layer, it would not be practical at all. In the end, he would make a breakthrough and deduce another direction, returning to his original state. This would be a qualitative change and would also be the end of the Heart Sutra. Under the 1,000 intents of the heart, Chunzong's mental strength was consumed at an alarming rate. Fortunately, his mental strength had increased by several times and could maintain it for more than 20 breaths' time. Under the 1,000 intents of the heart, Chunzong felt very strange. It was as if there were thousands of consciousnesses operating at the same time. He could think in different directions and see through everything. This feeling was really indescribable and indescribable. All the mysteries of his mental strength seemed to be seen through and controlled by Chunzong. His mental strength was constantly being consumed. In the end, it was completely consumed. Chunzong had no choice but to withdraw from the 1,000 intents of the heart state and focus on recovering his mental strength. Once, twice, thrice, after his mental strength had recovered, Chunzong activated the 1,000 intents of the heart again and carefully perceived its mysteries. He repeatedly searched for the opportunity that would allow his Heart Sutra to break through. The reason why his master, the Heart Sutra master, took 10 years to break through was because he spent most of his time searching for that opportunity. It took him more than 9 years to truly find it and break through. The Heart Sutra master also shared his experience with Chunzong so that Chunzong could save a lot of time. After all, Heart Sutra master had spent at least 5 of the 10 years searching. It was not until 5 years later that he finally found the correct method. Even with his master's experience, Chunzong could not find that opportunity so easily. On the 100th time, Chunzong finally found it. That strange fluctuation was like the fluctuation of a singularity. It was like the beginning of a universe, like the chaos where the heavens and earth were created. Breakthrough. In an instant, his mental strength vibrated at an astonishing speed. His powerful essence, chi, and spirit were also guided and started to circulate. In his chest, they began to shrink inwards, condense, return to his original state. Chapter 28:09. Time flowed like water, but also like quicksand. Heart Palace, Heart Palace. Chunzong stepped out of the secret chamber. His eyes were deep and boundless, and his aura was as one, as if it was compressed into a point and contained in his body, circulating endlessly. Master, Heart Palace, Senior Sister, let's go. Chunzong glanced at the three of them and said, "All right, let me see what the universe is like." Heart Palace Master smiled, full of anticipation. Under normal circumstances, only the third realm was suitable to go to the universe. At the fourth realm, if one entered the universe, they would be repelled. Needless to say, the repelling force of the fifth realm was even greater. It was a complete suppression. They might even be crushed directly, their souls scattered and turned into ashes. But now, Heart Palace Master planned to go to the universe because he had mastered the last realm of the Heart Sutra, heart returning to truth. The changes brought about by this were shocking. At least under the continuous deduction of the master and disciple, Heart Palace Master could theoretically leave the void and enter the universe. Then he would slowly adapt to the universe's environment and finally fully adapt to the universe. The fifth realm of the Heart Sutra was amazing. It was like turning into a singularity, condensing the power of one's mind, essence, energy, spirit, and so on to the extreme. Even one's own strength seemed to be self-contained, and one could continuously absorb energy from the outside world to improve oneself. In short, after mastering the heart returning to truth, one's body seemed to have really become a small universe. In this way, Heart Palace Master had the possibility of entering the universe and gradually adapting to it. Of course, it was more or less risky, but this was Heart Palace Master's choice. Ask in the morning and die in the evening. If he didn't know about the universe, it would be fine. But if he knew about the universe, Heart Palace Master also wanted to enter the universe and understand the mysteries of the universe. He would continue to advance on the path of cultivation, break through the fifth realm, and strive for a higher realm. In the past, It was impossible, but now it was very possible. Even if there was the danger of death, Heart Palace Master was unwilling to give up. This was Heart Palace Master's decision, and Chunzong couldn't stop it. In addition, after many deductions, even if there was danger, he could retreat in time and try. 100 years. It had been exactly 100 years since Chunzong returned. In the past 100 years, he had spent most of his time on deducing and simulating the 5th level of the Heart Sutra, as well as breaking through. Of course, his own cultivation, swordsmanship, great Tao, and so on did not fall behind. He was constantly comprehending and improving. Compared to 100 years ago, he had made considerable progress. The increase in his cultivation base was not great. The main point was the application of his own power, the power of his swordsmanship, the development and application of his great Tao, and so on. Compared to 100 years ago, the improvement was astonishing. After Chunzong's One Heart Sutra reached the 5th level, One Heart returning to truth, he went into seclusion for a few more years before coming out. He took Yun Yinxin with him and left the Heavenly Palace for the Lingwu Holy World. This was because he still had his family and friends in the Lingwu Sacred World. After spending a few years in the Lingwu Sacred World with his father, elder sister, and younger sister, he held a wedding with Yun Yinxin under their witness. After that, he brought Yun Yinxin back to the Heavenly Palace. It was worth mentioning that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Lingwu Sacred World was more than 10 times denser than before. This increased the upper limit of the Lingwu Sacred World's power and gave birth to a few first-tier ascension experts. His return, the breakthrough of the Heart Sutra, and now it was the end. He took Yun Yinxin to see his father and others. Now, he had fulfilled some of his wishes. Now, it was time to return to the universe. Although the void was good, if he wanted to continue cultivating and step into a higher realm, he still needed to be in the universe. With the Xian Daelord's departure, the One Heart Palace lineage of the Heavenly Palace became even more low-key. However, at least there was still a successor. North Dao Sky Wolf Luo Beichuan was now in the 4th realm and was also a well-known expert. The 5th level of the One Heart Sutra was naturally taught to Luo Beichuan and the other 2 disciples. If they could master it in the future, they could enter the universe to understand the mysteries of the higher realms. This was considered as leaving a path for them to continue moving forward. After everything was done, the 4 of them set off for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court through the passage. With Chunzong's current status, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court wouldn't say anything. On the contrary, they would give him face. Is this the universe? The Xian Daelord appeared in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and felt an aura that was completely different from the void. It was an indescribable vastness. Compared to it, the void was like a pool, and the universe was a vast ocean. In the void, the 5th realm was the peak, the upper limit, and the ultimate. However, in the universe, the 5th realm was only the beginning of an expert, and there was a huge difference. It was like jumping out of a well. Perhaps with one's strength, one still couldn't leave the well, but it was enough to see the world outside the well. It was so vast that it couldn't be compared to the inside of the well. Fortunately, the Xian Daelord wasn't repelled. However, when he wanted to use the power of his cultivation, the repelling feeling immediately appeared. He had no choice but to restrain his power and use the One Heart Sutra. As a result, the Xian Daelord couldn't fight. Fortunately, this wasn't permanent. He needed time to slowly get used to it and change his cultivation power bit by bit. The method was naturally to cultivate the martial arts of the universe. As for which martial arts to cultivate, it was very simple. There were inheritances in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The 3 supreme inheritances were enough to cultivate to the Emperor level. In addition, it was the comprehension of the Great Tao. The Great Tao in the void was incomplete compared to the Great Tao in the universe. However, it could be improved, but it also needed time. After returning, Chunzong didn't plan to stay in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for long. After all, it had been 110 years since he left Mount Taihao. It was time to go back. As for Yun Yinxin, he held a simple wedding under his father's witness. Whether in name or in reality, She was his wife and cultivation partner. In theory, Chunzong should leave with Yunyanxin. However, Yunyanxin's strength was indeed not strong enough. It would be better for her to stay in the Nine Heavens imperial court for the time being. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. He didn't have much confidence in bringing Yunyanxin to Mount Taihao. However, although Yunyanxin stayed in the Nine Heavens imperial court, Chunzong also gave some of his cultivation resources to Yunyanxin so that she could cultivate better. In addition, Chunzong even gave 3 drops of the Sword Dao source power given to him by the Tingguang Peak Lord to Yunyanxin as a life-saving trump card. Of course, Yunyanxin's stay was only temporary. Chunzong planned to ask the experts of Mount Taihao to bring Yunyanxin over after returning to Mount Taihao. However, Chunzong thought again. Although Yunyanxin couldn't go to Mount Taihao with him for the time being, she could go to the Trade Wind Brothel first. With the cultivation environment and resources of the Trade Wind Brothel, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court couldn't compare to it. It would definitely help her improve further. Master, I'll take my leave first. Chunzong saluted Exin Dao Master with his sword and nodded at third senior sister Yuwuxia. Then, he held Yunyanxin's hand and turned to leave. After watching Chunzong leave, the 3 of them also returned to their respective cultivation areas. Exin Dao Master needed a lot of time to adapt to the environment of the great cosmos. As for how long it would take, it was hard to say. However, given Exin Dao Master's ability, it shouldn't take too long. When Chunzong returned, he hurried on his own. When he left, he did the same. He brought Yunyanxin along as he flew through the void of the universe. They flew out of the Nine Heavens universe and towards the mystical light universe. Chunzong's cultivation hadn't improved significantly in the past 100 years. At most, it was equivalent to a few years of cultivation progress in the universe. In comparison, he had wasted a lot of time. However, was it really a waste of time? No. Chunzong could say with certainty that he hadn't wasted any time at all. Although the improvement of his cultivation base had been slow, he had made significant progress in the application of his cultivation power. This was due to the Taihao Sword Sage's White Jade Sword Path and his own hard work over the past 100 years. In addition, he had made a breakthrough in the Heart Sutra. When it came to the application of his power, Chunzong believed that he had improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of the 5 great paths, the improvement was also slow because the Void Law wasn't as good as the Universal Law. He had made some progress in the Nurturing Path Spirit, but it definitely couldn't be compared to when he was in the universe. However, Chunzong had also improved a lot in the application of the power of the 5 great paths. The application didn't have much to do with the external environment. As long as he was willing to work hard and had enough talent and time, he could improve. In fact, Chunzong's cultivation base had improved very fast before. At least in the universe, it was at the top level. Such a fast improvement had its advantages and disadvantages. However, for Chunzong, it wasn't a bad thing. After all, Chunzong's foundation was very solid. However, 100 years was equivalent to settling down. Further settling down was always beneficial. Therefore, even if the improvement of his cultivation base and great paths was not big after 100 years, Chunzong believed that his strength was at least several times stronger than it had been 100 years ago. Chunzong didn't know what level his strength was at now. After all, in addition to the 100 years of settling down and tempering, the biggest variable was the breakthrough in the Heart Sutra. The 5th level of the Heart Sutra was the heart returning to truth. Returning to one's true self represented a qualitative change and also a kind of extreme. Chunzong was sure that if he and his master had chosen the heart intent realm as the 5th level of the Heart Sutra, it definitely wouldn't have been as good as the 5th level of the heart returning to truth. One was a quantitative change, while the other was a qualitative change. It was a qualitative leap. Then, what was the difference or special characteristic of the heart returning to truth realm of the 5th level of the Heart Sutra compared to the previous level? The power of the mind condensed into a singularity and absorbed the essence, chi, and spirit, leading all the power in the body. It was as if it had become a body of its own, as if it had turned into an internal small universe. To some extent, it was like cultivating a magical constitution, but it wasn't really a constitution. It didn't conflict with the Fiend God's Sword Codex at all. Instead, it could control all the power in the body and make the power of the power more thoroughly. Chapter 28:10. It took Chunzong 10 years to return from Mystic Light Universe to Ninth Heaven Universe. Now, it also took him 10 years to travel from Ninth Heaven Universe to Mystic Light Universe with Union Shin. It was the same 10 years, but the meaning was completely different. In the former, he was alone and didn't need to worry about anything or delay his speed. In the latter, he was carrying Union Shin, and Union Shin was only at the 4th realm. Even though her cultivation had improved rapidly in the past 100 years and had reached the perfected 4th realm, she was still at the 4th realm. The difference between the 4th realm and the 5th realm was huge, and the difference in speed was naturally huge as well. Traveling alone and carrying a 4th realm were different. Both of them took 10 years, but the latter was much more difficult than the former. In other words, Chunzong's strength had improved a lot in the past 100 years, and his speed had also improved a lot. It took less than a quarter of an hour to arrive at the Trade Wind Tower in Mystic Light Universe and go through its space-time gate to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Tower on Wanyuan Island. As soon as he entered the headquarters of the Trade Wind Tower, Union Shin was shocked. The vitality of the universe and the fluctuations of the great Tao here were many times stronger than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Cultivating in such a place would naturally be much faster than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Chunzong frowned slightly. He felt that the chi here was a little different, and there was more murderous and chaotic. Did something happen? With Union Shin, he quickly found the master of the Trade Wind Tower. After 120 years, Chunzong returned again. His aura had changed a lot. His power seemed to be self-contained and circulated internally, but he could also draw power from the outside to improve himself. It was very mysterious, and in the eyes of the master of the Trade Wind Tower, it was unbelievable. He couldn't see through him. He actually had a feeling that he couldn't see through Chunzong. His aura was condensed into one, as if compressed into a point. That point seemed infinitely big, as if it was a piece of heaven and earth that could contain everything. It was a very strange feeling, as if it was contradictory, as if water and fire were incompatible. However, it was unified and harmonious, as if the sky and the earth. It had only been slightly more than 100 years, but it gave him such a feeling. He was indeed the top heaven's pride in the universe. Opie, this is my wife, Union Shin. After Chunzong met the head of the Xin Feng gang, he immediately introduced him. Union Shin also saluted to the head of the Xin Feng gang. On the way here, Chunzong had already told Union Shin all the information about the Xin Feng gang. Your wife. Housemaster Xin Feng was startled. He hadn't expected this. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Then, Housemaster Xin Feng took out 3 bottles of medicinal pills from his storage artifact and handed them to Union Shin. These were medicinal pills that help with cultivation. For a 4th realm cultivator, they were quite good. Union Shin looked at Chunzong, and Chunzong nodded. Union Shin put down the 3 bottles of pills. Housemaster, I am now a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. I also need to return to the Taihao Mountain. However, the journey from here to the Taihao Mountain is long and dangerous. I'm afraid I can't take Union Shin with me. Chunzong said unhurriedly. Therefore, I plan to let Union Shin stay in the Xin Feng gang first. When I return to the Taihao Mountain, I will ask the elders of the Taihao Mountain to take Union Shin away. What do you think? Okay, I have no problem with that. Housemaster Xin Feng replied without hesitation. It's a pity that the situation on the Wanyuan Island isn't good right now. Otherwise, I would personally escort you to the Taihao Mountain. It would be much safer and faster if the Housemaster Xin Feng, an Emperor-level powerhouse, personally escorted them. However, Housemaster Xin Feng was right. In the 100 years after Chunzong left, the situation on the Wanyuan Island had become even worse. Please tell me. House Master, Chunzong said solemnly. 120 years ago, when Chunzong returned from the Taihao Mountain, the Wan Yuan sect and the Wan Yuan sect had been in constant conflict on the Wan Yuan Island, resulting in casualties. However, the Yuan Palace, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and other forces chose to wait and see. Chunzong planned to return to the Void first and deduce the Heart Sutra with his master. He would return to the universe and return to the Trade Wind Tower after he had made a breakthrough. He would then focus on resolving the conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Fathoms sect. Of course, if the conflict had already ended by then, it would be a different matter. Unexpectedly, the conflict between the Wan Yuan sect and the Wan Yuan sect continued. However, a mysterious force appeared and secretly subdued some king-level forces. Then, they targeted emperor-level forces. If they were unwilling to submit, they would be annihilated. No matter how secretive this matter was, it took some time for the 3 emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to discover it. In essence, the Wan Yuan Island was jointly ruled by the 4 major forces. Although the Wan Yuan sect and the Wan Yuan sect had been in constant conflict before, it was only a small-scale conflict. However, now that a mysterious force had appeared and was trying to occupy the Wan Yuan Island, how could they ignore it? When the conflict broke out, they thought that the 3 Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would be enough to eradicate the mysterious force. Unexpectedly, the mysterious force erupted with amazing ability and strength, and was able to contend with the 3 Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. There were even rebels in the 3 Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They had joined the mysterious force at some point in time. The background of the mysterious force was revealed in the repeated conflicts. The Eagle God Sect. The name of the mysterious force was the Eagle God Sect. The Eagle God Sect. Chunzong couldn't help but ponder. Before he left the Taihao Mountain, he had heard from the Peak Lord that in the universe, in addition to the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Sect, there was a new force called the God Worship Sect. Its specific strength was unknown. Then, was there a connection between the Eagle God Sect and the God Worship Sect? Chunzong didn't know much about the God Worship Sect and the Eagle God Sect, so he couldn't make a judgment. It was really difficult to tell from the name alone. After all, even if there was a difference of one word, it could be completely unrelated. Currently, the situation on Myriad Yuan Island had evolved into the Myriad Yuan Alliance on the Hawk God Sect side, the 3 great Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The other forces had either been secretly annihilated by the Hawk God Sect, surrendered to the Hawk God Sect, or stood on the Myriad Yuan Alliance's side. The Eagle God Sect has 3 Emperor-level experts with extraordinary strength. There are also many Emperor-level and King-level experts. Moreover, they all have a strange secret technique. After using it, their strength will increase explosively, and they can even fight back with all their might. The Lord of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance said solemnly. Obviously, he had already seen the so-called secret technique of the Eagle God Sect. The leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was defeated by one of the Eagle God Sect's Emperor-level experts with a trump card. He was seriously injured and is still in seclusion. No one knows when he will recover. It was precisely because the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was in seclusion that the Eagle God Sect could truly contend with the Wan Yuan Alliance. The Eagle God Sect had never concealed their ambitions. They would either submit and join the Eagle God Sect, or be eliminated. Chunzong couldn't help but ponder. The situation on the Wan Yuan Island wasn't good. It was so chaotic. Was Yin Yinshin's safety guaranteed here? Although he did give Yin Yinshin some trump cards, and with those trump cards, he could even contend against an ordinary 5th-level expert. However, the trump cards would eventually run out. Without them, Yin Yinshin would only be a 4th-level expert with decent strength. However, would he follow him to Mount Taihao? Not to mention the long journey. Who knew how many dangers he would encounter along the way? It was fine for him, but Yin Yinshin was different. At the end of the day, it was still a matter of strength. The only thing he could do now was to solve the problem on the Wan Yuan Island before making any plans. Moreover, he had come here with the same purpose. It was just that the problem had grown bigger. After making up his mind, Chunzong surged with fighting spirit. Chunzong wasn't sure how strong he had become. Perhaps this time, he would be able to fight to his heart's content. It could also be considered as a test. In addition, he would also meet the Eagle God sect. Chunzong had a feeling that even if he left this place, he would most likely come into contact with the Eagle God sect in other places. The Wanyuan Island was now divided into 2 camps, each occupying half of the island. However, from time to time, people from the Eagle God sect would cross over and kill. After a round of slaughter, they would quickly leave. House Master, people from the Eagle God sect have come again, an elder of the Windbreeze Tower reported. How strong are they? House Master Windbreeze frowned and couldn't help but ask. A group of 5th-level experts, the elder immediately replied. In the current situation, the Wanyuan Alliance was at a disadvantage. After all, the Eagle God sect's methods were very strange, and their secret techniques were very terrifying. When a group of 5th-level Eagle God sect disciples attacked, the Wanyuan Alliance naturally had to fight. However, it wasn't good for them to send out people who were too strong. For example, 6th-level Emperor Realm or 7th-level Emperor Realm experts. Because once they did so, the Eagle God sect would immediately send out Emperor Realm and even Emperor Realm experts, causing terrible destruction and casualties. The attacking 5th realms could only be resisted by 5th realms. If they could kill the 5th realms, the Eagle God cult would not go against the so-called rules. Of course, this rule was set by the Eagle God cult before this. Whoever did not abide by it would trigger a frenzied counterattack from the Eagle God cult. In short, in the eyes of the Wanyuan Alliance, the Eagle God sect was a group of lunatics. They didn't care about the consequences at all. Even when facing death, they weren't afraid. Instead, they would erupt with all kinds of methods with fanatical faces, wanting to drag others down with them. Who would be willing to fight against lunatics? Very few people were willing to do so unless they had no other choice. However, they couldn't send out stronger experts. Otherwise, it would anger the Eagle God sect and lead to a counterattack, causing more casualties. There were several examples that were still vivid in their minds. If the people of the Wanyuan Island were willing to fight with their lives on the line, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Eagle God sect. The problem was that most people weren't willing to fight with their lives on the line. In addition, the Wanyuan Alliance was formed by many forces. Its cohesiveness couldn't compare to the Eagle God sects. That was why they were at a disadvantage. House Master, leave it to me, Chunzong said directly. In that case, you'll lead the team and kill the Eagle God sect's people. House Master Windbreeze pondered for a moment and made a prompt decision. Chunzong's strength was still at the 5th level, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. He shouldn't be weak. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. He must have a trump card. Chapter 28:11. 10 figures flew out from the trade wind brothel. The one in the lead was Chunzong. The other 9 were all 5th realm king-level cultivators, and they were all top-notch 5th realm cultivators. Chunzong's original intention was to act alone, but the Doubtwind Tower Master didn't know Chunzong's current strength. Their opponents were the lunatics of the Eagle God sect. Even if Chunzong was a disciple of the Taihao Mountain and had excellent swordsmanship and trump cards, there was no guarantee that no accident would happen. The Doubtwind Tower Master had seen the madness of the Eagle God sect with his own eyes. When the 5th realm Eagle God sect disciples went crazy, they even dared to kill a 6th realm cultivator. There was even a 6th realm Emperor realm cultivator who was killed by a group of 5th realm cultivators. Otherwise, why would the alliance of 10,000 yuan be so afraid of the Eagle God sect? They would try their best to avoid fighting with them. In the end, although the alliance of 10,000 yuan was an alliance, it still felt like a plate of loose sand. No one was willing to submit to anyone, and no one could lead anyone. They lacked an effective leader. These 9 5th realm cultivators were actually very reluctant to come out. They didn't want to face the lunatics of the Eagle God sect at all. If they won, they wouldn't gain anything. If they lost, they would be miserable and die. Moreover, lunatics were lunatics because they wouldn't reason with you or size up the situation. They would kill you directly. If they couldn't beat you, they would use their secret techniques. Even if they died, they would drag you down with them. But they had no choice. This was the Doubtwind Tower Master's order, and they had to obey. Chunzong, although you used to be first on the Divine Lord list, you just broke through to the 5th realm not long ago. No matter what, you'd better cooperate with us. The most powerful of the 5th realm cultivators, Lai Wu, said to Chunzong in a serious tone. If he was a 4th realm cultivator, he wouldn't have dared to say that. But he was not only a 5th realm cultivator, but also a veteran 5th realm cultivator. His strength was top-notch. Although he wasn't listed on the Divine King list, he had challenged it before. He was one of the strongest cultivators below the Divine King list. Experts naturally had their own pride. There was no need to think too much about whether Chunzong's strength would surpass his in the future. Moreover, Chunzong was a genius himself. It was not impossible for him to be listed on the Divine King list in the future. Chunzong didn't say anything. First of all, the man was from the Trade Wind Tower. Second of all, he was sent by the Tower Master to protect him. Third of all, Chunzong knew that he was more powerful than the man, but would be hard for him to convince the man before he attacked. However, Chunzong did not care whether the other party was convinced or not. He would not deliberately make a move to convince the other party. As if he did not hear the other party's words, Chunzong raised his perception to the extreme and carefully sensed the aura fluctuations in the air. Then he moved and turned into a sword light, flying away. You stop right there. Lai Wu's expression changed abruptly, and he was furious. How dare he disregard him like this? What should we do? The other 5th realms looked at each other. At the same time, they were also dissatisfied with Chunzong's actions. After all, they were sent to act together with Chunzong. In essence, they were supposed to protect Chunzong. They were just like nannies. This made them very unhappy. If Chunzong was willing to cooperate with them, it would be fine. However, Chunzong's actions made them very angry. He did whatever he wanted and did not take them seriously at all. Follow him. Lai Wu's face was pale. He really wanted to give up and ignore Chunzong. However, he remembered that this was a mission personally assigned by the Tower Master. If he ignored it, he would definitely be punished. Unwillingly, he kicked up a strong wind and chased after Chunzong in the direction he had fled. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of them. The more you kill, the better. His sharp and sinister laughter was not concealed at all. He seemed very arrogant. When Chunzong arrived, he saw more than a dozen 5th realms attacking without any hesitation. They killed cultivators continuously and destroyed everything around them. These 5th realms were surrounded by strange blood-colored aura. It was as if they did not fit in with this part of the universe, but they were not repelled. Under the blood-colored aura, every 5th realm gave Chunzong a ferocious feeling. The Eagle God Sect. These 5th realms were the Eagle God Sect's disciples. Another one is here. Kill them all. As Chunzong approached, the Eagle God Sect's disciples noticed him one after another. They immediately laughed sinisterly. Then, one of the Eagle God Sect's disciples directly swung his palm like a knife. The blood-colored aura around him merged with this cultivator's cultivation and turned into a blood-colored blade aura. It slashed through the air, ferocious, murderous, and extremely terrifying. It instantly made Chunzong feel like he was prey. This power was strange. Chunzong did not dodge. Instead, he directly reached out and grabbed the blade aura. He used his strength and senses to analyze the strangeness of this blade aura. This power is astonishing. It has a corrosive effect and can double one's cultivation strength. In just an instant, Chunzong came to a conclusion. It was no wonder people were wary of the Eagle God Sect's disciples. Under this strange aura, their strength would be stronger than usual. It was as if they were constantly using a secret technique. Could this be the Eagle God Sect's secret technique? Or was it just a normal power? When they saw that not only was the aura of the blade unable to kill Chunzong, but it was instead grabbed and crushed with bare hands, all of these disciples of the Hawk God cult were shocked. After that, over 10 gazes focused over successively. Their gazes were extremely sharp like hawks that had locked onto their prey, and the surroundings of these gazes carried strands of indescribable excitement and fervor. Chunzong did not like these gazes. They did not seem like the gazes of ordinary cultivators. They seemed more like the gazes of fanatical disciples. In the next moment, extremely sharp voices rang out from the eagle god sect's disciples. The demonic voices seemed to pierce through metal and stone. They tore through the air and directly attacked Chunzong's soul. Like invisible blades, they viciously pierced and tore through Chunzong's divine intent. If it were not for Chunzong's divine intent being extremely tough, he probably would have been affected and fallen into chaos for a moment. The eagle god sect's disciples erupted in an instant. The blood-red aura around them became extremely cold as well. It was as if they had turned into a dozen eagles, swooping down from different directions. Sharp claws slashed through the air, blade aura sliced through mountains, and huge palms pushed out. In just an instant, the eagle god sect's disciples erupted with astonishing strength. They all attacked, and with the enhancement of the blood-red aura, the power of their attacks all doubled. At the same time, Lai Wu and the others quickly caught up. From afar, they saw the eagle god sect's disciples attacking Chunzong. Damn it! Lai Wu could not help but curse. If Chunzong was killed, the 9 of them would definitely be responsible and would definitely be punished. However, they were too far away. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. They could only hope that the other party could hold on for a while and wait for them to arrive. Chunzong did not move, but his eyes were extremely bright. He focused his gaze, completely capturing and locking onto the blood-red figures. In the next moment, with a wave of his right hand, the Guiyue sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant, but it was sheathed again in an instant. From unsheathing to sheathing, only 1,000th of a second had passed. There seemed to be a flash of sword light in the air. It was extremely resplendent and dazzling, but it also disappeared like an illusion. It was as if the sword had never been unsheathed. However, most of the attacking eagle god sect's disciples all paused and then fell down like birds shot by arrows. Only one figure remained, standing in the air. His expression was uncertain, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Show me everything you've got." Chunzong stared at the other party. His eyes were calm and clear, but they gave the other party an indescribable pressure. As if provoked, the eyes of the last surviving eagle god sect's disciple turned red. His pupils contracted in an instant as if they were about to turn into vertical slits. The blood-red chi around his body surged endlessly like a raging tide. In the next moment, the eagle god sect's disciple let out a long howl. The howl he let out was actually like the sharp cry of an eagle. It was extremely ear-piercing, piercing through metal and splitting stone. In just an instant, the blood-colored chi became extremely powerful, directly multiplying by several times. It condensed on the other party's body, turning into the appearance of an eagle's head and a human's body. Its entire body was blood-colored, as if it was wearing a strangely shaped armor that covered its entire body. Powerful. On the basis of its original aura, it had directly multiplied by 4 or 5 times. This meant that the other party's strength had directly increased by 4 or 5 times. It was an extremely terrifying increase. The extremely sharp howl that seemed to fill one's brain became even more resounding. Immediately, the eagle god sect's disciple, who was covered in the blood-red chi armor of the eagle god sect's disciple, burst out with extreme speed. It was like a blood-red aurora that carried an extremely astonishing amount of chi. It was much faster than before. One amazing secret technique that directly multiplied one's strength by 4 or 5 times. What an amazing secret technique it was in any place in the universe. It was no wonder that the alliance of 10,000 yuan was so afraid of the eagle god sect. If every eagle god sect's disciple could erupt with such a secret technique, how astonishing and ferocious would that be? However, although the other party's strength had increased by 4 or 5 times, it was actually nothing to Chunzong. The reason why Chunzong did not kill him immediately was that he wanted to force the other party to erupt with the so-called secret technique. He wanted to see what would happen. Now he saw it. This secret technique was indeed amazing, but Chunzong did not directly kill him. Instead, he circled around and forced the other party to use more tricks. He wanted to observe how long the other party's secret technique would last. This secret technique should have a duration. It could not last forever. That would be too heaven-defying. Sure enough, the other party continuously attacked. Under the amplification of the secret technique, his strength became more and more terrifying. However, after about 60 breaths of time, his tyrannical aura began to decline. It was indeed amazing that such a powerful secret technique could last for 60 breaths of time. It was enough to turn a battle around. However, it was useless in the face of an absolute gap in strength. Just as the other party's aura started to decline, a hint of madness and desperation flashed through the other party's eyes. In an instant, the originally declining aura started to burn, as if it had turned into a ball of fire. This fire was burning from within the other party's body. My God's glory will spread to every corner of the universe. As the other party's incomparably fanatical words rang out, an extremely resounding bird cry also resounded in all directions. Immediately after, that person was directly burned to ashes. A cluster of blood-colored flames exploded, as if a blood-colored vortex had been opened. A horrifying feeling spread out. Chapter 28:12. The blood-red flames exploded and soared into the sky, turning into a 100-meter-wide blood-red vortex. It was like a portal to the blood-red hell, emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, the terrifying aura locked onto Chunzong. It felt like no matter where Chunzong ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. Chunzong couldn't help but look solemn. The aura from the blood-red vortex was too powerful. It actually made him feel threatened. Damn it! Seeing this, Lai Wu, who was rushing over, stopped without hesitation. He didn't dare to take another step forward. This was because he had seen something similar with his own eyes. That was the Hawk God disciple's final desperate move, using his own life to unleash his ultimate killing technique. He summoned the Hawk God from the blood-red vortex, and its might was extremely terrifying. It was at least 10 times stronger than the all-out attack of the Hawk God disciple. Previously, an Emperor-level powerhouse had been killed by the Eagle God summoned by a group of King-level powerhouses with all their might. Lai Wu had seen that scene with his own eyes. It left a deep impression on him, so he was scared. Chunzong looked solemn. Under the wholehearted realm, his essence, qi, and cultivation seemed to have been refined into a single point. It went through the hilt of the sword with his hand and into the blade. As the blood-red vortex spun rapidly, an extremely terrifying and sharp sound vaguely rang out. Immediately, a huge blood-red claw shot out of the vortex. It was a claw covered in blood-red scales. It looked like the claw of a blood-red eagle. The sharp claw, which was dozens of meters long, shot out of the vortex and mercilessly attacked Chunzong. Countless blood-red auras spun madly within the claw. Every blood-red vortex contained a terrifying power that could easily crush everything. Moreover, a suction force burst out from the blood-red vortexes. It filled the surroundings and completely locked onto Chunzong. He couldn't dodge at all. Strike! The blood-red claw fell from the sky. There seemed to be endless flames burning on it. The shocking power seemed to be able to shatter space. Strong, very strong, so strong that Chunzong felt threatened. However, it was only a threat. Just as the blood-red claw fell and enveloped Chunzong's body, Chunzong drew his sword when it was less than 3 meters away. The sword light was condensed to the extreme. Like a cold lightning bolt, it tore through the darkness and opened up the sky. Chop! As soon as he drew his sword, Chunzong knew that this strike was powerful. Even though it was only a sword technique and not a secret technique, it was powerful. However, Chunzong's Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique were both high-grade Sun-class secret techniques after 100 years of cultivation in the void, and the final breakthrough of the Heart Sutra was terrifying and low-level. But Chunzong's secrets was, the difference was the gap between them and the gap. Low-level gap, the gap was. In terms of secret techniques, there was a huge gap between low-level Sun class and high-level Sun class. As for sword techniques, they were much harder to improve. They were many times harder than secret techniques. Under the heart-returning realm, Chunzong's sword technique seemed to have merged all of Chunzong's energy into one in a more perfect way. With the same amount of energy consumed, the power it could unleash was many times greater. Also, since it was condensed, it was indestructible and hard to destroy. This was the heart sword technique. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed to ignore the difference in time. Even though Chunzong attacked later, he was faster than Chunzong, and it directly tore through streaks of blood-red energy vortexes and struck the huge blood-red claw. In the next moment, the huge blood-red claw struck down, and the terrifying force drowned Chunzong's body. Then, Chunzong's body smashed into the ground, creating a series of loud, booming noises. The ground shook, and dust clouds rose into the air. Countless cracks spread out at lightning speed, and they instantly covered an area of several kilometers. Collapse. In the center, an irregular claw-shaped collapse appeared, and it covered 100 meters. "He's probably dead," Lai Wu said in a low voice. The other 8 fifth realms of the Trade Wind Tower also looked terrible. Although they took care of the dozen Eagle God disciples, Chunzong was also dead. When they returned, they would still be punished. However, compared to their lives, some punishments were bearable. The Eagle God's attack, just now, was too powerful, and it was on the level of the God King list. They couldn't take it all. After the dust settled, the 100-meter-wide claw-shaped crater became even clearer, and a figure stood in it. "He's still alive." Lai Wu and the others were shocked, and they couldn't help but rub their eyes. Such a powerful attack from the Eagle God didn't kill Chunzong. No, not only didn't Chunzong die, Chunzong didn't even seem to be injured. His sword had already been sheathed, and Chunzong was indeed not injured. Although the Eagle God's attack was powerful, it was still not enough for Chunzong. As early as 100 years ago, Chunzong was already very powerful, and he was confident that he could make it to the God King list. 100 years later, he was at least several times more powerful, and he should be able to get a good ranking on the God King list. The Eagle God's attack was powerful, but it wasn't enough to threaten his life. However, Chunzong was still shocked by it. The Eagle God disciples were indeed troublesome. A blood-red aura circled around the Eagle God's body, multiplying his strength. It seemed like it could be used as a normal attack. After using the secret technique, the blood-red aura would turn into an armor with an eagle's head and a human's body, and the Eagle God's strength would increase by 4 to 5 times. Although it could only last for 60 breaths, it was already very terrifying, and it was enough to turn the tide of the battle in many situations. The final burst attack was to sacrifice his own life ignition to open up the blood-red vortex and summon the blood-red eagle's sharp claws. That attack's power would be greatly increased, and it would be like a trump card. If every Eagle God disciple had such a technique, it would be really troublesome. Moreover, Chunzong had tried it before. Once the Eagle God disciples fought, they were very crazy, and they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. If it were an ordinary enemy, they would probably think of a way to escape and put it into action when they knew that they couldn't win. "Don't follow me from now on," Chunzong's voice sounded, and it passed through the void, directly into the ears of Lai Wu and the others. Why didn't he let them follow him? It was very simple. The difference in strength between them was too great. If they followed him, they would sometimes become a burden. In addition, Chunzong also planned to use the black mark and mysterious seed to devour souls and vitality, so it was best to act alone so that they wouldn't be noticed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunzong turned into a beam of sword light again and instantly fled far away. He was so fast that Lai Wu and the others couldn't react at all. "What do we do?" The other 8 fifth realms looked at Lai Wu. Among them, Lai Wu was the strongest. "What else can we do?" "Go back and report this to the leader immediately." Lai Wu's expression kept changing, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "The Eagle God's attack couldn't do anything to Chunzong." This was enough to prove that Chunzong was very strong. He might even be listed on the God King list. The reason he wasn't listed yet was because he hadn't challenged anyone yet. With such strength, not only would they not be able to protect him, they might even drag him down if they acted together. Since that was the case, there was no point in following him. Reporting the truth to the leader was pardonable, and they wouldn't be punished. After killing more than a dozen general-level Eagle God disciples, Chunzong flew toward the Eagle God sect's territory. The Eagle God disciples were a collective name and were divided into levels. The 4th realms were called Eagle Guards, the 5th realms were Eagle Generals, the 6th realms were Eagle Kings, and the 7th realms were Eagle Supremacies. Currently, there were 3 Eagle Supremacies and many Eagle Kings in the Eagle God sect on the Myriad Origin Island. There were even more Eagle Generals and Eagle Guards. The Eagle God disciples were crazy, but Chunzong wasn't afraid. After entering the Eagle God sect's territory, Chunzong raised his perception to the maximum and started searching for the Eagle God disciples. Soon, Chunzong found a group of Eagle God disciples. In a flash, he seemed to have crossed thousands of meters silently and directly appeared in the middle of the group of Eagle Guard God disciples. A silver-white sword light exploded in an instant and turned into thousands of sword lights that directly covered the area. In an instant, dozens of Eagle Guard God disciples were killed by Chunzong. They didn't even have time to react, let alone use their ultimate secret technique: death. Their souls and life force were completely devoured by the black mark and the mysterious seed. When Chunzong broke through from the 4th realm to the 5th realm, the mysterious seed took the opportunity to absorb a large amount of the universe's power. The mysterious seed was now different from the past. It had already grown to 9 buds surrounding the seed. Each bud was an inch long and emitted a misty green light. It was very pure and sacred, and its life force was astonishing. The life force contained within was more than 10 times denser than before, perhaps even dozens of times denser. With such dense life force, as long as one wasn't killed directly, one could recover in an extremely short time. Chunzong's life-saving trump card was undoubtedly stronger. Speaking of which, I still don't know how strong I am, Chunzong thought to himself. Although he had gone through 2 battles, his opponents were too weak for him to use his full strength. He had not even activated his Silver Sword body. Only when he fully activated the Silver Sword body could he erupt with his full strength. He hoped that he would be able to meet a strong enough opponent in the future to allow him to use his full strength. Chunzong stepped into the Eagle God sect's territory to hunt down Eagle God disciples. Lai Wu and the others quickly returned to the House of Trust and reported everything that had happened to the House Master in detail. The House Master of Trust couldn't help but ponder. Chunzong's strength was already so strong. Even the Eagle Commander level Eagle God's attack couldn't do anything to him. He was definitely on the level of the God King list. Shocking. The House Master of Trust's heart was filled with endless shock. It seemed that he had underestimated Chunzong's strength. Chapter 28:13. The Eagle Divine Generals swept up a blood-colored demonic wind and crossed 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, heading towards the Myriad Yuan Alliance. However, a silver-white sword light silently approached them. Who is it? Someone from the Myriad Yuan Alliance. You've got guts, actually daring to take the initiative to come to us. The Eagle Divine Generals were startled for a moment before revealing cruel and sinister smiles. Their eyes were filled with ferocity and sharpness, as if they were eagles that had locked onto their prey. In the past few decades, only the Eagle God sect's disciples would enter the Myriad Yuan Alliance's territory to cause chaos and slaughter. Very few people from the Myriad Yuan Alliance would come to the Eagle God sect's territory. The reason was very simple. The Eagle God sect was incomparably united, their cohesion terrifying. Moreover, every Eagle God sect disciple was unafraid of death. They firmly believed that after their death, their souls would return to the Eagle God's embrace and enter the Eagle God's divine kingdom to become his people. With this mindset, the Eagle God sect's disciples became incomparably frightening. The Myriad Yuan Alliance's people didn't want to provoke them at all. In the spirit of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the Eagle God sect's disciples only guarded their own territory. Whenever an Eagle God sect disciple came to attack, they would just beat them back. It was precisely this kind of thinking that led to the Eagle God sect's growth and development. resulting in the current situation. The Eagle God sect's disciples would invade the Myriad Yuan Alliance's territory from time to time, so they were accustomed to it. However, the Myriad Yuan Alliance's people rarely entered the Eagle God sect's territory. Now that they saw one, they were naturally very surprised. How could they tell if it was someone from the Eagle God sect? It was very simple. All Eagle God sect disciples had blood-colored energy surrounding them, making them very easy to identify. Are you the Eagle Divine Generals of the Eagle God sect? A voice came from the sword light. That's right. Who are you? The three Eagle Divine Generals who were about to attack paused and asked in return. I'm from the Trade Wind Tower. This time, I've come to join the Eagle God sect. Another voice came from the sword light. Really? The three Eagle God sect disciples immediately smiled. In the past, they weren't Eagle God sect disciples. Later, due to various reasons, they became Eagle God sect disciples, gaining greater strength and trump cards. Why do you want to join our Eagle God sect? One of the Eagle God sect disciples asked in a cautious manner. Bathe in God's glory, become God's warrior, and foretell the universe for God. The sword light paused, and a figure appeared. It was Chunzong. His face was solemn, as if he was a believer on a pilgrimage. His tone and tone were powerful, and it gave people a feeling of conviction. Since that's the case, follow us to the 5th branch to meet the Eagle God King. One of the Eagle God generals said, if they could make this person a disciple of the Eagle God, the three of them would also be rewarded by God. As for why Chunzong did this, could it be that he really wanted to believe in the so-called Eagle God? Become a member of the Eagle God sect? Of course not. Instead, Chunzong had killed many of the Eagle God sect disciples and used various methods to extract more information about the Eagle God sect. On the Myriad Origin Island, the Eagle God sect had one main sect and 9 subsects. Within the main sect, there were naturally 3 divine eagles overseeing it, while the 9 subsects were overseen by Eagle God Kings. However, the locations of the main sect and subsects were somewhat secretive and not easy to find. This also showed that the Eagle God sect's vigilance wasn't brainless madness. Rather than killing them one by one, Chunzong felt that it wasn't satisfying enough, so he might as well kill his way to one of the subsects. With his powerful strength and trump cards to rely on, Chunzong was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he faced a 6th Realm Emperor. Because of this, Chunzong sought out the Eagle God generals and told them that he wanted to join the Eagle God sect as a disciple. The Eagle God sect welcomed him very much. Of course, this seemingly brainless action was actually because Chunzong had already made preparations. If anything went wrong, he would immediately attack. His own strength, the power of the origin of the sword way of the Tingwang Peak Lord, and the power of the sword scar left by the Taihao Sword Saint were each more powerful than the other. This was where his confidence came from, and where he dared to take such a risk. In particular, the power of the sword scar left by the Taihao Sword Saint was extremely terrifying. Chunzong was confident that he could face anything. As for not using it, trump cards were meant to be used. Of course, they weren't used carelessly, but were used where they should be used. The 5th subsect was one of the 9 subsects of the Eagle God sect. The fact that the 3 Eagle God sect leaders dared to directly agree to take Chunzong to the subsect meant that they were prepared. Before long, Chunzong saw more than a dozen figures surrounded by blood-colored chi in front of him. They were the Eagle God sect's Eagle God generals. There were a total of 15 Eagle God generals. In addition to the terrifying enhancement of secret techniques, they were confident that they could take down even experts on the God King list. Not long after, before they even reached the 5th subsect, another figure surrounded by an even more intense blood-colored chi stood in the air. His aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the 5th Realm Emperor. It was the 6th Realm Eagle God King, with 15 Eagle God sect leaders and 1 Eagle God King present. Even if Chunzong was pretending to surrender, they still had a way to subdue Chunzong and take him back to force him to become a disciple of the Eagle God sect. The Eagle God King's pupils shrank the moment he saw Chunzong. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you the one who wants to become a disciple of our sect, bask in our glory, and fight for our sect? The Eagle God King asked with a smile. Yes, Zhong replied unhurriedly. He didn't panic in the slightest. In that case, come with me, the Eagle God King said with a chuckle. The Eagle God King chuckled. The change in the other party's expression didn't escape Zhong's eyes. This made Zhong secretly surprised. Did the other party know him? Or did he have a special purpose? If so, he had to be even more vigilant this time. Even so, Zhong still didn't have any intention of retreating. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, he had something to rely on. With the power hidden in his body, even if he faced a Sixth Realm Emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. He might even be able to kill them. A strong foundation was the source of his confidence. The fifth subsect was indeed hidden. If no one led the way, it would be really difficult to find it. After circling around and going deep underground, they finally arrived at the fifth subsect. Xiao, since you're here, come with me to pay your respects to our God. Pray to our God wholeheartedly and offer your piety. Only in this way can you obtain our God's favor and bask in our glory. You will become our warrior and expand our territory for our God. The Eagle God King's speech was neither fast nor slow. It had a unique rhythm, as if he was hypnotizing someone. As for why he called Zhong Xiao, it was very simple. Zhong was impersonating Xiao. In the universe, Zhong's name was definitely much more famous than Xiao's. Moreover, the two of them looked the same and were impersonating the same person. It couldn't be more suitable. As for whether there would be any follow-up trouble, he would think about it when the time came. Doing so would also put some pressure on Xiao. Zhong didn't have any objections to the Eagle God King's words. On the contrary, he looked delighted, as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time. In fact, Zhong was also looking forward to seeing what the Eagle God of the Eagle God sect was like. As the saying went, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. If you didn't truly understand your opponent, how would you know what kind of enemy you were facing? The Eagle God sect. It was closely related to the Eagle God. The Eagle God sect disciples kept saying, our God, which meant that they were worshipping the so-called Eagle God. What kind of existence was the Eagle God? A particularly powerful cultivator? What was his real purpose in establishing the Eagle God sect? Zhong felt that he had to find out more about this, because sooner or later, he would have to face the so-called Eagle God sect. Also, Zhong had a feeling that the Eagle God sect and the God Worship sect seemed to have some sort of relationship. Under the Eagle God King's lead, they kept going deeper and deeper before finally coming to a stop. In front of them stood a 10-meter-tall statue. The statue had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. Its wings were folded behind its back, and its eyes were staring straight ahead. There was an indescribable sharpness in its gaze, as if it could pierce through everything. This statue was lifelike, as if it was real. When he saw the statue, Zhong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. For some reason, he felt a sense of threat from it. However, this threat was fleeting, as if it didn't exist. Zhong was certain that the threat was real. But how could a statue pose a threat to him? Could it come back to life? Although Zhong wasn't sure, he didn't doubt it. After all, in the world of cultivators, anything could happen. Xiao, this is the incarnation of our God. Now, face our God, remove all distracting thoughts, and use your most devout heart to feel our God's divine might. Pray from the bottom of your heart and bathe in his divine power. The Eagle God King's voice carried a unique rhythm into Zhong's ears, as if to bewitch Zhong. Immediately, the statue of the Eagle God released layers of light that spread out and enveloped Zhong's body. Being covered by that layer of light, Zhong's body tensed up subconsciously. Immediately, in front of Zhong's eyes, there seemed to be an endless golden light. 1,000 feet tall, with the head of an eagle and the body of a human, appeared in front of him. It seemed to be higher than the sky, releasing endless divine light. People couldn't help but want to submit to it. They wanted to kneel at the feet of God and become a believer, a warrior under God. They wanted to give up all their strength, including their lives, for God. However, Zhong's divine will was tyrannical. Facing such an impact, he wasn't affected at all. Instead, he withstood it. As if sensing that Zhong was unaffected, the eagle-headed and human-bodied Eagle God widened his eyes. The The divine might on his body instantly increased by several times, pressing forward like a surging wave. Qinzong seemed to have turned into a small boat in the ocean, about to be crushed at any time. Even so, it was unable to do anything to Qinzong. Although the statue was only 10 meters tall, it still had great divine power, but it was still very difficult for it to affect Qinzong. This was because Qinzong's One-Heart Sutra had reached the One-Heart returning realm. His essence, qi, and spirit had been condensed into one. Even his divine will had increased several times. It was difficult for external evil to affect him. For Qinzong, the attack of the eagle god's divine power was an external evil. As if sensing that Qinzong's divine will was unshakable, the statue was enraged. Although it was only a statue, it contained a trace of the eagle god's consciousness. It immediately exploded, completely exploded. This was because it already knew Qinzong's true identity. Chapter 28:14. Erupt. The eagle god's consciousness contained in the eagle god's statue burst out with a monstrous divine power. It wanted to subdue Qinzong and make him his follower. Even if he had to pay the price of a statue, he had to accomplish this. He used to be number 1 on the Divine General and Divine Lord rankings. His potential and talent were amazing. He believed that at the King realm, he could be ranked at the top of the Divine King ranking. With the help of his divine power, his strength would increase tremendously. It was very likely that he could become number 1 on the Divine King ranking. He had to control such a supreme talent. It would be of great help to invade the outer universe. He was willing to pay the price. The divine might was boundless, and the golden light was extremely dazzling. Even though Qinzong's divine will was strong, he still felt like he was being attacked by the divine eagle's will. It was hard to bear, and it felt like he was about to be crushed. Once he was crushed, he would be invaded by the divine eagle's will. However, Qinzong did not panic. He guarded his mind and withstood the attack with his tenacious divine will. No matter how strong the attack was, he would remain unmoved. Then, Qinzong activated the black mark. The black mark appeared like a divine demon. Suddenly, the eagle god, who was covered in golden light, seemed to see a pair of eyes open. The black and white were so distinct that it made one's heart palpitate. The white was filled with a sense of holiness, like that of a divine spirit. The black was like that of an abyss demon. It was boundless darkness and extremely evil. That pair of eyes was like that of a divine spirit. It was extremely terrifying. What is that? The wisp of eagle god's consciousness suddenly fluctuated violently. It was filled with fear, incomparable terror. The pair of black and white godly eyes that suddenly opened gave him an indescribable feeling. That feeling went straight to the depths of his bones and almost caused the wisp of eagle god's consciousness to explode. Terror. He was extremely terrified. Without any hesitation, the wisp of eagle god's consciousness retreated from Qinzong's spirit sea as quickly as possible. It didn't dare to attack or invade Qinzong's spirit will and soul. But it was too late. An indescribable force suddenly erupted, directly grabbing the eagle god's strand of consciousness. It was unable to retreat at all. Instead, it was forcefully pulled towards the pair of black and white fiend god eyes. Like a moth to a flame, it threw itself into them. Devour. If it was the complete consciousness of the eagle god, the power of the black mark would not have been able to devour it. However, this was only a wisp of the eagle god's spirit consciousness. It was only a very small wisp and was nothing to the complete consciousness of the eagle god. In just an instant, the wisp of eagle god's consciousness that carried some of the power of his spirit was swallowed up by the black mark. The endless golden light also vanished in an instant, and the 10,000-foot-long body of the eagle god collapsed. The moment it dissipated, it was accompanied by a shrill scream filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Immediately, Qinzong immediately felt an extremely pure power surge out from the black mark, directly feeding back his spirit. The purity of this power was indescribable, and it was also incomparably brilliant. Qinzong couldn't help but be overjoyed. After receiving this power, his spirit had actually improved by a sliver. One had to know that the strength of his spirit had completely surpassed that of an ordinary fifth realm cultivator. He had truly crossed the threshold of the sixth realm. How difficult would it be to further improve his essence, chi, and spirit? At the very least, it would be difficult to improve his fifth realm spirit. It would only be possible if he accumulated hundreds of fifth realm spirits. Otherwise, it would be a sixth realm spirit. But now, he had only devoured a wisp of Eagle God spirit consciousness, an insignificant wisp, but he actually felt that his spirit had improved. It was unbelievable. In addition, Chunzong even felt a ripple from the black mark, a ripple of joy. It was as if the Eagle God spirit consciousness had a great attraction to the black mark. If the spirit consciousness of cultivators and fierce demons were compared to ordinary food, then the Eagle God spirit consciousness was like a delicacy. It was extremely attractive to the black mark, and even delicacies were not enough to describe it. This was because it was not only delicious, but it was also a catalyst for the black mark. It was a possibility for the black mark to evolve. So this is the path for me to go against the Eagle God. Chunzong couldn't help but have this thought. Then he shook his head. It didn't matter. Today, he had already gone against the Eagle God. If he really wanted to go against the Eagle God, then so be it. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations. In the blink of an eye, from the moment the Eagle God spirit consciousness was devoured by the black mark to the moment Chunzong's thoughts flashed through his mind, the 10-meter-tall statue also trembled. Then, as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by an invisible sword, a crack appeared and rapidly spread down from the statue's forehead. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds rang out continuously. The eagle-headed statue was covered in cracks and then shattered, turning into fist-sized pieces that rustled and fell to the ground. The sixth realm Eagle God King, who had brought Chunzong over, was stunned. What was going on? Why was it like this? Soon after, he received an obscure final thought, a thought that was filled with madness and murderous intent. Kill him. Kill who? The Eagle God King's eyes abruptly narrowed as killing intent gushed out from his eyes like a tidal wave bursting through a dam. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Without holding back, the blood-red aura on his body soared. Faintly, an extremely sharp screech seemed to ring out, filled with killing intent and hatred. Kill! It was this person who had destroyed the Eagle God's incarnation. The Eagle God had sent down a decree to kill him immediately. Killing intent. The monstrous killing intent surged forth like a torrential flood, directly attacking Chunzong from head to toe. That terrifying killing intent and power was about to directly destroy Chunzong. Tyrannical. The power of a sixth realm emperor-level expert was fully displayed, causing Chunzong's hair to stand on end. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately detonated a drop of Swordway origin power. This origin power was the Heavenly Light Swordway origin power, a trump card that the Tianguang Peak Lord had given to Chunzong. He had given Chunzong a total of 10 drops, while Chunzong had given Yunyinshin 3 drops as his trump card. He had kept 7 drops for himself. This was the Swordway origin power of an Emperor-level expert. It was not something that an Emperor-level expert's Swordway origin power could compare to. The difference between them was huge. As the drop of Heavenly Light Swordway origin power exploded, it turned into an extremely tyrannical force that wreaked havoc within Chunzong's body. It was like a torrential flood, extremely tyrannical and ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's tyrannical body. Activate. The Silver Sword body was fully activated. Strands of silver-white divine patterns appeared, making Chunzong look like a silver sword god. His sword intent was also there. Under the push of a drop of Swordway origin power, it seemed to have broken through the limit and reached a higher level. It was the 6th realm level, the Sword Emperor level. If it were before, Chunzong would definitely not be able to control this level of power. He could only guide a small part of its power and simply release it, just like when he had obtained the World Lord's origin power. However, ever since he had made a breakthrough in the Heart Sutra and cultivated the heart to true realm, Chunzong's control of all his power had reached an indescribable height. Even if it was the sword way origin power of an emperor-level expert, Chunzong could control it and truly display its power as if it was his own power. Of course, in addition to the superb heart to true realm, it was also because Chunzong was now at the peak of the fifth realm, and his state was even higher. The sword way origin power of the heavenly light sword way turned into raging waves, swirling endlessly in his body and attacking. Under the guidance of Chunzong, they all surged into the sword in the sheath. His energy, and even sword intent all surged into it in an instant. He pulled out the sword. Without any warning, Chunzong immediately pulled out the returning moon sword and wielded the strongest sword toward the Eagle King, who was bursting with a monstrous, murderous intent. The sword light was like the godly thunder of absolute beginning that split the dark universe, releasing an unparalleled brilliance and power. The sword-drawing method of heavenly light. It was the unique, inherited sword way divine method of Qianguang Peak. Chunzong had cultivated it to the perfect realm through various opportunities and his own efforts. Its power had increased greatly, and it was driven by the most compatible sword way origin power of the heavenly light sword way, so its power had broken through the limit of its level. This sword strike was extremely powerful, and it had the power of a sixth realm emperor. It was not comparable to an ordinary emperor. However, although the Eagle King was an ordinary emperor, he was extremely experienced since he had been able to cultivate until now. He immediately reacted, and his hair stood on end. He was extremely shocked, as if this sword light was enough to kill him. A blood-red energy swept out from his body, turning into an armor with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It covered his entire body, and his strength suddenly increased by several times. He attacked. An extremely terrifying blood-red energy blasted out, as if it could shatter the sky. When the punch was thrown out, it seemed as if the space had collapsed, colliding with the terrifying sword light of the sword-drawing method of heavenly light. Pause. Time and space seemed to have frozen under the collision of the world-shaking sword light and the destructive blood-red fist energy, and then it exploded. The terrifying power exploded directly, impacting everything. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and each crack exuded a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It was blocked. Chunzong's heavenly light sword-drawing method, which was executed with the power of the emperor-level heavenly light sword principle origin, had been blocked. Although Chunzong could now properly control the power of the drop of sword principle origin and exert it, he could not exert it to the seventh realm. It could only be at the sixth realm, which was the upper limit. An extremely terrifying power attacked. It was the shocking aftermath of the collision between the sword light and the fist energy. It was as if it could destroy everything, and it swept towards Chunzong like a flood that had burst a dam. It was earth-shattering. Chunzong's expression did not change. Following the action of drawing his sword, his body flew up like a butterfly. His feet left the ground, and he spun naturally, like a swallow flying across the surface of a lake. His posture was extremely elegant, but it was also extremely fierce. He used his body to drive the Gui West sword in his hand, and took the opportunity to strike a second time. In an instant, the second sword light was even more dazzling than the first. Chapter 28:15. That sword light was like a heavenly light that cut through layers of dark clouds, shattering everything and bringing light and hope. This slash was invincible, shattering everything. It was 30% more powerful than the first slash. Heavenly light sword-drawing technique. Lone Swallow's return. The Eagle God King's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? How could there be another slash, and such a powerful one at that? How could a fifth realm cultivator unleash consecutive bursts of sword technique in such a natural, smooth, and coherent manner? He couldn't block it. This slash was stronger, more powerful, and more ferocious. It was also fast, accurate, and ruthless to the extreme. The Eagle God King's armor was split open in an instant, and his body was also cut in half at the waist. The astonishing sword chi instantly penetrated through the cut and wreaked havoc. It directly attacked his mind, destroying everything wantonly. At the same time, two extremely terrifying forces of devouring suddenly erupted, landing on his spirit and body at the same time. This disrupted the Eagle God King's final plan of using immolation to summon the Eagle God. He couldn't really carry it out. Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the Eagle God King's life force was rapidly devoured. His spirit was also devoured. Like a wailing spirit, it was thrown into the black mark, becoming nutrients for the black mark. It then fed back a wisp of incomparably pure energy, increasing Chun Zong's essence, chi, and spirit. Crack! Subtle cracking sounds rang out. The returning moon sword was instantly covered in cracks, and then it collapsed uncontrollably, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Chun Zong's body was as light as a swallow, landing gracefully on the ground like a butterfly. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were incomparably bright. He had slashed a 6th realm cultivator. He had actually managed to slay a 6th realm emperor-level cultivator as a 5th realm cultivator. Although he had borrowed the power of an emperor-level cultivator's sword Dao origin, it was extremely shocking to be able to slay a 6th realm emperor-level cultivator as a 5th realm cultivator. Moreover, it was an emperor-level cultivator from the Eagle God sect. If word got out, it would cause a huge commotion. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was far greater than the gap between the 4th realm and the 5th realm. The gap between the 4th realm and the 5th realm was still a break in the power of the Great Path, but the gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was a qualitative change from the power of the Great Path to the origin of the Great Path. The gap between the two was like the abyss. For a 4th realm cultivator to be able to slay a 5th realm cultivator, even though this was extremely rare, it did exist. For example, the monstrous geniuses ranked at the top of the Divine Lord ranking list. But for a 5th realm cultivator, while they did exist, it was more than 10 times more difficult and even rarer. What a pity! Looking at the completely shattered returning moon sword in his hand, Chun Zong could not help but loosen his grip, allowing the shattered sword hilt to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. He was able to control the origin power of an emperor-level expert with the wholehearted returning realm. He was able to unleash an amazing power, allowing his strength to reach the emperor level in an instant. The perfect sword Dao divine skill he displayed was also able to erupt with monstrous divine power. Chun Zong felt fortunate that he had mastered the second part of the Heavenly Light sword drawing method. The Heavenly Light sword drawing method was an extreme offensive divine sword technique. It focused on consuming all of one's strength in an instant and then detonating it to unleash the most powerful strike. This strike alone could cut through everything, and the sword would never be able to return. Such an extreme divine sword technique had the best offensive power among the offensive divine methods of the same state, but also had a disadvantage. If the strike couldn't kill or severely injure the enemy, the user would be in a difficult situation. It was because the energy consumed in an instant had to be recuperated. Without a doubt, this was fatal. What should be done then? The ancestors of Tianguang Peak had studied it incessantly. After countless deductions and experiments, and paying a great price, they had finally found a correct path. If he was unable to kill his target in one strike, then he would use the same sword drawing technique a second time. However, he did not need to draw his sword again. Instead, he could use the momentum to swing his sword again. He could even use the power of the first strike to increase the power of the second strike. In this way, he would be able to kill his enemy. This move was named Solitary Swallow Return. It was like a swallow flying back and forth. To cultivate Lone Swallow technique, one had to first cultivate the Skylight sword drawing technique to the perfection realm as a foundation. After several breakthroughs, Chun Zong had cultivated the Skylight sword drawing technique to the perfection realm. Then, during the 100 Years in the Void, he had mastered Lone Swallow technique and cultivated it to the Small Success realm. It was very astonishing. It was because of this extremely terrifying sword way divine technique coupled with the Heaven Light Sword Way origin energy, that he was able to unleash a power that exceeded his limits and successfully killed the Eagle God King. At the same time, there was also a bit of luck involved. After all, the other party was an Emperor-level expert. It was normal for him to look down on King-level experts. Even if he had attacked, he would not have taken it seriously. It was also because of this that the Eagle God King was killed in the end. He did not even have time to fully unleash his tyrannical strength. As for the returning Moon Sword, it was only a middle-grade Dao weapon. It was a little overloaded with the power of the Heaven Light Sword Way origin energy. In the end, it could not bear it and shattered. Chun Zong constantly circulated the cultivation formula and rapidly recovered. Had he used the Skylight sword drawing technique just now? Chun Zong's essence, qi, and spirit had been consumed by Lone Swallow Return. Under the wholehearted realm, Chun Zong's essence, qi, and spirit recovered extremely quickly. In addition, the Black Mark had swallowed the Eagle God King's spirit and nourished him, causing his essence, qi, and spirit to grow a little. After recovering, Chun Zong quickly took the Eagle God King's storage device. After checking it, he could not help but smile. Sword. There were a few Dao weapons in Eagle God King's storage artifact. However, it was a pity that there weren't any supreme-grade Dao weapons. With his current strength, he was able to wield supreme-grade Dao weapons and unleash their true power. Although he did not have a supreme-grade Dao weapon, he did have an upper-grade Dao weapon, which was of a better quality than the Gui West sword. It was enough to increase the power of his swordsmanship and Way of the Sword. As for Way of the Sword, it required an origin weapon to truly increase its power. The increase from a Dao weapon was not obvious. Since the returning Moon Sword had been shattered, he could use an upper-grade Dao weapon to fully unleash his strength. Next, it was time to deal with the other Eagle God King disciples. Chun Zong stood up and strode out with a long sword at his waist. When the Eagle God King's statue shattered, the disciples in the branch all felt it and fell into a daze. They did not know what had happened. Immediately, Chun Zong appeared. There was no blood-red qi on his body. That was the symbol of the Eagle God King disciples. Chun Xiu, what happened? Where's the Eagle God King? Several Eagle God Kings questioned Chun Zong when they saw him. I'll send you to see him. As soon as Chun Zong's voice fell, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure suddenly flashed, and a blazing sword light, like an aurora that cut through the dark clouds in the sky, flashed by. It was too late. The Eagle God Kings did not have time to react. The light flashed before their eyes, and they were all killed. Immediately, their divine souls were forcefully devoured, and their vitality was also devoured. Chun Zong destroyed the corpses and used sword qi to completely destroy their dried corpses, turning them into powder. This was the only way to avoid being noticed. Kill, kill, kill. In the 5th division, there was only one Eagle God King. However, there were many Eagle God sect and Eagle God guards. Adding them all up, there were more than 100 of them. Chun Zong killed all of them without showing any mercy. Because when he faced the wisp of Eagle God King's divine soul, Chun Zong knew that he had formed an enmity with the Eagle God King sect. Unless he was willing to surrender and become a follower of Eagle God King, he would not rest until he was dead. Would Chun Zong surrender? Impossible. On the contrary, Chun Zong planned to devour Eagle God King's divine soul. That would be of great help to the Black Mark. Similarly, devouring a wisp of Eagle God King's divine soul and devouring an Emperor Realm expert's divine soul were the same. Chun Zong found that the former was obviously better. It seemed to transform his essence, qi, and spirit to a certain extent. However, because he devoured too little of Eagle God King's divine soul, the effect was not obvious. If he devoured more, the effect would become more obvious. The 5th branch of the Eagle God King sect was eradicated by Chun Zong. All the Eagle God King disciples inside were also slaughtered by Chun Zong. It wasn't that Chun Zong was cruel, but that once one became a follower of the Eagle God King sect, they would not be able to leave. Since they were destined to be enemies, why should he show mercy? Unfortunately, there wasn't much wealth in this branch. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. After doing all this, Chunzong left as quickly as possible. Chunzong felt that the Eagle God King sect would counterattack very soon. Even if he had a lot of trump cards to rely on, he would not use them if he could. Although he could kill 1 or 2 Emperor Realm experts, it was difficult to guarantee that he could kill 10 of them. There were also Emperor Realm experts who were stronger than Emperor Realm experts. Return. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately left the Eagle God King sect's territory and headed for the Myriad Yuan Alliance. This operation could be considered daring, but it could also be considered a fruitful one. On Myriad Yuan Island, the Eagle God King sect's 30-meter-tall statue of the Eagle God King sect emitted an astonishing divine aura. At the same time, the other 10-meter-tall statues of the Eagle God King sect and the other 8 branches also trembled and released an astonishing divine aura. The divine aura was vast and mighty, and its eyes emitted an astonishingly sharp and cold light. In the headquarters, 3 Emperor Realm experts, the so-called Venerables of the Eagle God Kings, led a group of Eagle God Kings to meet the 30-meter-tall statue of the Eagle God King. "My God, what is your decree?" One of the 3 Eagle God Venerables asked with a pious and fanatical tone. The statue of the Eagle God King didn't speak. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, so it couldn't speak. However, it could transmit its thoughts. Shortly after, a scene was transmitted to the minds of the 3 Venerables and the Eagle God Kings. It was a scene that happened in the 5th branch. It was the scene of Chunzong. This person was Chunzong, the former number 1 on the Divine Lord list. He was found on Myriad Yuan Island and was captured alive. Even now, the Eagle God King still had great thoughts about Chunzong. He wanted to subdue him and make him his follower. He wanted to use him to expand his territory and establish a foundation in the universe. Chapter 28:16. On one Yuan Island, in the Eagle God sect's headquarters, the 3 Venerables had gathered all the Eagle God sect's disciples. A blood-red chi filled the air, releasing a terrifying and shocking aura. Chunzong had already left the territory of the Eagle God sect and returned to the territory of the Myriad Yuan Alliance. He quickly headed towards the Wind Letter Tower. He should let the Wind Letter Tower Master know about what he had done. After all, Chunzong estimated that the Eagle God sect would make a big move soon. It would be like a storm sweeping over. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to deal with it alone. The Wan Yuan Alliance's strength was indispensable. At the very least, the Trade Wind Tower's strength was needed. On the Myriad Origin Island, the Myriad Origin Alliance and the Eagle God sect were at odds. However, due to the Eagle God sect's astonishing unity and the fearless madness of its followers, the Myriad Origin Alliance, which wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Eagle God sect, was forced into a passive position and was at a disadvantage. If this situation wasn't changed, then the Eagle God sect would be at an even greater disadvantage. In the end, the Eagle God sect would most likely grow stronger and stronger. In the end, the Myriad Yuan Alliance would be defeated and the Myriad Yuan Island would be completely occupied by the Eagle God sect. Chunzong didn't want to see such a situation. At the very least, if he wanted to let Yunyanxin stay in the Trade Wind Tower, he needed to provide a relatively stable environment and not be tossed about by a storm. Because of this, Chunzong took the risk and slaughtered the Eagle God sect's disciples. He even destroyed a branch's stronghold and caused heavy casualties to the Eagle God sect, directly infuriating them. A serious illness needed strong medicine. The current Wan Yuan Island was akin to suffering from a serious illness. They needed strong medicine to cure it. With a flash of swordlight, Chunzong entered the Trade Wind Tower's territory and quickly approached the Trade Wind Tower's master. "You're back." The Trade Wind Tower's master breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chunzong safe and sound. "I'm back." Chunzong smiled and saluted with his sword, then continued, "Tower Master, this time I killed the Eagle God sect's disciples." The Trade Wind Tower's master stood up abruptly after hearing this. He couldn't hide the astonishment in his heart. His face was filled with shock. Astonishment. Extreme shock. One man and one sword killed hundreds of Eagle God sect's disciples in succession. Among them, there was no lack of 5th Realm Eagle generals. He even killed a 6th Realm Eagle God King and wiped out one of the Eagle God sect's branch strongholds. It was simply unbelievable. Housemaster Wordwind felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. A fifth realm cultivator with only a sword had actually eradicated an entire Eagle God cult stronghold. He had even killed a sixth realm Eagle God king and destroyed an Eagle God statue. If it was a sixth realm cultivator, perhaps the Housemaster Tradewind would not be so shocked. However, the gap between the fifth realm and the sixth realm was too big. The Housemaster Tradewind believed that a fifth realm cultivator had an astonishing trump card that allowed him to survive against a sixth realm cultivator. Even though he had never seen it before, it was still inconceivable for a fifth realm cultivator to kill a sixth realm cultivator. However, the Housemaster Tradewind did not suspect Chun Zong. He believed in Chun Zong's words. Moreover, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Eagle God sect would definitely retaliate after Chun Zong did such a thing. Based on the Eagle God sect style of doing things, they would immediately explode when a few Eagle God sect disciples were killed. Now that one of their strongholds had been wiped out, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy. The Housemaster Tradewind couldn't help but frown and ponder. Fine, since that's the case, then let's fight. The Housemaster Tradewind was not an indecisive person. He could see the current situation clearly, but he was powerless. This was because he was only the Housemaster Tradewind and not the Wan Yuan Alliance's leader. He didn't have enough prestige and strength to make all the decisions. However, he didn't believe that the other factions of the Wan Yuan Alliance would still be so passive when the Eagle God sect's army was pressing down on them. They would rather hide than fight to the death. Cultivators had to be unyielding. The Eagle God sect is very strange. It's very likely that they know that you're the culprit. They will definitely retaliate against you. The Housemaster Tradewind said in a firm tone, "Hide well and leave it to me." The Housemaster Tradewind's tone was firm and unquestionable. Shinzong nodded and took his leave. He would have fined Union Shin. Of course, Shinzong would still choose to take action when the time came. On the Wan Yuan Island, a large blood-red aura was pressing down from the direction of the Eagle God sect. It was like a large blood-red cloud was sweeping across the sky. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge blood-red goshawk was swooping down. Its killing intent was so strong that it wanted to destroy everything. Not good. It's the Eagle God sect's madman. Report, report. Although the Wan Yuan Alliance was doing their best to avoid conflict with the Eagle God sect, they couldn't completely ignore it. Some people were sent out to patrol the area. If they discovered an attack from the Eagle God sect, they would do their best to avoid it. The people who were sent out to patrol were also very unwilling, but there was no other way. If they were unwilling, it would not work. They might as well implement a combination of high-pressure policy and heavy reward system. Only then would people form teams and take turns patrolling. Now, the people patrolling the border between the 10,000 Yuan territory and the Hawk God sect saw the enormous blood-colored eagle attack. Their faces changed dramatically, and they cried out in alarm. They all fled to report the news to their superiors. High alert! The Eagle God sect had launched a large-scale invasion. All the factions in the Wan Yuan Alliance received the news one after another. Their first reaction was disbelief. An attack from the Eagle God sect was nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. However, the Eagle God sect's large-scale invasion had only happened once. In that battle, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's leader had suffered heavy injuries. He was still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. Why was the Eagle God sect launching a large-scale invasion now? What was the reason? Was it a false report? It couldn't be. In other words, the Eagle God sect must have gone crazy to launch a large-scale invasion. Trade Wind Tower's reaction was the fastest. The Tower Master immediately issued an order that could not be disobeyed. He gathered all the members of Trade Wind Tower, and with the Tower Master at the head, they stepped out of Trade Wind Tower and prepared to face the Eagle God cult. The Eagle God sect was indeed very strong, but Trade Wind Tower wasn't weak either. If they really fought, the Eagle God sect would definitely suffer losses. Furthermore, Housemaster Integrity Wind was certain that the Myriad Spires sect and the Palace of Origin wouldn't sit idly by and allow the Eagle God cult to invade. Emperor-class factions had their own foundations and pride. They might not be willing to clash with the Eagle God cult normally, but that didn't mean they would cower and not dare to fight when the Eagle God cult came knocking on their door. The Tower Master was very familiar with the Wan Yuan sect and Palace Master Yuan Yuan. Sure enough, when Trade Wind Tower gathered, the Wan Yuan sect and the Palace of Origin mobilized as well. The other Emperor-level factions and even Monarch-level factions moved as well. Without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Although they didn't want to clash with the Eagle God sect, they understood this principle. Whether they were sincere or not, they had to move out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be tolerated. As the Eagle God sect's army approached, the Wan Yuan alliance also moved out. Although they weren't as united as the Eagle God sect, they were still a very powerful force. Although the alliance master of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance was still recovering from his injuries, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance was still a very powerful force. They also moved out. On the border, the blood-red goshawk of the Eagle God cult swept over like a gale of 1,000 miles. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it swept over. The Myriad Fish sect, Palace of Origin, Wind of Trust sect, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and a group of Emperor and King-level forces arrived one after another. Tyrannical auras spread out. At the Wan Yuan sect side, the auras were like sharp swords and sabers. They were astonishingly sharp. At the Palace of Origin's side, the auras were incomparably vigorous, surging like a boundless ocean. At the Trade Wind Tower's side, the auras whistled endlessly like a gale, as if they were about to set off a heaven-shaking storm that would engulf the world. As for the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, their auras were more heterogeneous. That was because the cultivation techniques they practiced were not the same. They weren't like those sects that had their own complete inheritance. However, although the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's auras were heterogeneous, they couldn't be underestimated. Eagle God sect, are you planning to challenge us to a battle to the death? The Wan Yuan sect's sect master took a step forward. His shocking saber intent swept across the sky. It was extremely shocking, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. Hand over Chunzong. The people of the Eagle God sect immediately spoke. Their voices overlapped with each other like a huge wave. They turned into sound waves that surged forward. Chunzong, the Eagle God sect's sect master Wan Run, and the others revealed astonished expressions. Only the Trade Wind Tower's sect master's expression remained unchanged. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. As expected, they were here for Chunzong. However, he had already expected this. After all, Chunzong had directly eradicated a branch of the Eagle God sect, killing hundreds of their disciples. This was a great loss for the Eagle God sect. It was a great humiliation. Fortunately, Chunzong wasn't allowed to accompany them. Otherwise, if the Eagle God sect discovered Chunzong, they would probably explode. Chunzong, in a Wan Yuan sect's camp, the Sky Splitter Sword Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed a shocking sword intent that soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky. These two words, this name, were taboo to him. He should have killed Chunzong, but he didn't expect Chunzong to still be alive and even be listed on the Divine Lord list. Chunzong had even become the top expert on the Divine Lord list. His talent was simply terrifying. Now that Chunzong had left the Divine Lord list, there were two possibilities. The first was that Chunzong had died. If he died, his name would naturally be removed from the Divine Lord list. The second was that he had broken through from the 4th level to the 5th level. Naturally, he would automatically leave the Divine Lord list. From the looks of it, it should be the latter. Seeing the enemy that he had been unable to kill several times become stronger step by step, the rage and killing intent in the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's heart soared, and it even gave birth to a strand of fear and indescribable terror. If this person didn't die, then wouldn't this person surpass him one day and become even stronger than him? At that time, this person would definitely come to take revenge on him. The Sky Splitter Sword Sovereign wanted to kill Chunzong to avenge his disciple. At the same time, he wanted to prevent future troubles. He wanted to kill, but he didn't want to be killed. Chapter 28:17. I brought Doll for a checkup this morning, so I updated a little late. The eagle, formed from 1,000 miles of blood-red aura, emitted a terrifying and violent aura. It was extremely cold and oppressive, surging endlessly like a raging tide. Hand over Chunzong. The eagle god sect members roared again. Their voices were in unison, like thousands of soldiers and horses shaking at the same time, causing the already terrifying aura to increase several times in an instant. It was suffocating. Trade Wind Tower. Hand over Chunzong. Sky Splitter Sword Emperor suddenly spoke, as if he was cheering for the eagle god sect. The moment his words left his mouth, it immediately caused a great commotion. Trade Wind Tower. Chunzong. Could it be that Chunzong was in Trade Wind Tower? The master of Trade Wind Tower immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately unleashed a terrifying aura, which swept across like a destructive storm, suppressing everyone present. Everyone listen to me. The master of Trade Wind Tower suppressed everyone present with his powerful aura, and very few people could resist it completely. Chunzong was indeed a member of Trade Wind Tower, but he has already left Wanyuan Island and is not here. Since he is not here, how can we hand him over? The master of Trade Wind Tower's words immediately caused everyone to ponder. Indeed, because of Chunzong, the Wanyuan sect and Trade Wind Tower had been in conflict for many years, and they had a very deep impression of it. Therefore, when a master of Trade Wind Tower said that Chunzong was not here, they did not have much doubt. Impossible. Sky Splitter Sword Emperor spoke again with a deranged expression. Chunzong must have returned and angered the Eagle God sect. Otherwise, the Eagle God sect would not have invaded with such great fanfare. That's right, hand over Chunzong. Chunzong is the one who committed the crime, so he should bear the consequences. The people of Sky Splitter Sword Palace also echoed. Everyone knows that Sky Splitter Sword Emperor has been scheming to kill Chunzong. Of course, he would say that now. The master of Trade Wind Tower spoke again. In short, he was arguing. He had to deny that Chunzong had returned and delay it as much as possible. If the Eagle God sect could directly attack, that would be good. They could directly suppress them. At that time, there would be no need to argue. They could directly start a war. No one knew that Chunzong had already left the Trade Wind Tower. He took a detour and infiltrated the Eagle God sect's territory. When the Black Mark devoured the Eagle God's consciousness in the fifth stronghold of the Eagle God sect, Chunzong had sensed the location of the other Eagle God statues. One of them, in particular, had the strongest Eagle God spirit, which was several times stronger than the one that the Black Mark had devoured. At that time, Chunzong was very tempted, but he restrained himself. He had used the sword principal source power to perform the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Although it was possible for him to kill an emperor, the sword principal source power was not endless, and he only had 6 drops left. 6 drops. It was best to save as much as possible and use them at critical moments. In addition, Chunzong also speculated that he would definitely anger the Eagle God sect by directly uprooting a stronghold of one of the Eagle God sect's branches. Given the Eagle God sect's style of doing things, they would definitely not let it go. They might even launch a large-scale attack. That would be his chance. As expected, his conjecture came true. The Eagle God sect had indeed launched a large-scale attack and did not stay behind. Then this was his best chance. Chunzong rushed directly to the headquarters of the Eagle God sect, intending to take drastic measures. If he destroyed all the Eagle God statues on Wanyuan Island, would it affect the Eagle God sect and cause them to lose their enhanced power? It was worth a try. Relying on his previous perception, Chunzong finally found the location of the Eagle God sect's headquarters after searching for a while. It was also located underground. Fortunately, Chunzong's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. With the help of the Heart Sutra, it was even more precise. Even the 6th realm couldn't compare to it. After finding it, Chunzong went deeper and deeper. Finally, he came to a 30-meter-tall eagle head statue. Compared to the 10-meter-tall statue, the 30-meter-tall statue gave Chunzong a more majestic and powerful feeling. Then, the next step was to draw out the eagle god's soul consciousness hidden in it and then devour it with the black mark. Chunzong stood in front of the 30-meter-tall eagle head statue and stared at it. He focused his mind and will and used his consciousness to communicate with it. In an instant, the scene before his eyes shook. It was as if the void was crumbling. Golden light gushed out continuously from the darkness. Soon after, 1,000-feet-tall, eagle-headed man's body appeared. It was the eagle god. Golden light shone from it. It was extremely shocking. Vast divine power pressed down. It was several times more powerful than the 10-meter-tall statue from before. It was so shocking that Chunzong felt suffocated. Too powerful. Even though Chunzong's divine consciousness was extremely tenacious, his soul was powerful, and his essence, qi, and spirit were all condensed into one because of the breakthrough of the Heart Sutra. He was still shaken at this moment. He couldn't help but have the thought of surrendering to the other party and becoming a devout believer of the eagle god. He would become a sharp blade in the other party's hand and expand his territory endlessly. Chunzong's eyes widened. Under the Heart Sutra, his essence, qi, spirit, and spirit were all pushed to the extreme. His sword intent also burst out in an instant, resisting the attack of the eagle god's soul consciousness. Burst! Obviously, the eagle god also recognized Chunzong's identity. It was the person who destroyed one of his incarnations and swallowed the soul consciousness of his incarnation. It was also the person he wanted to turn into a believer, Chunzong. In an instant, an even more powerful soul consciousness burst out, wanting to destroy Chunzong's resistance and control it to fight for him. Attack! A crazy attack. Chunzong's divine consciousness remained motionless. At the same time, he activated the black mark. The black mark sensed that the eagle god's soul and consciousness were already unable to hold back. A pair of black and white demonic eyes suddenly appeared and stared at the eagle god's soul consciousness. The eagle god's soul consciousness felt inexplicably afraid. In fact, each strand of the eagle god's soul consciousness was an independent existence. Therefore, when it was destroyed, the other strands of soul consciousness would generally know how it was destroyed, but not so clearly. In particular, the eagle god did not know how it was swallowed by the black mark. He only knew that it had something to do with Chunzong. Otherwise, he would not have acted so rashly. It was tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. Devour. The black mark was like a black hole, crazily swallowing the eagle god's soul consciousness. The eagle god's soul and consciousness wailed and let out an incomparably sharp cry. He constantly struggled and resisted, but there was nothing he could do. Devour. Finally, the eagle god's soul consciousness was completely swallowed by the black mark. Chunzong could see the dazzling golden eagle head and human body of 1,000 feet tall disintegrate. Then, the 30-meter-tall statue began to crack and crumble. Then, the black mark swallowed the eagle god's soul consciousness and began to feed a strand of power back to Chunzong. This strand of power was several times stronger than the last time. Once it was fed back, Chunzong immediately felt a sense of he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be filled with a cool and refreshing feeling, which was constantly being raised. After 3 breaths, the strand of pure power was completely consumed. Or rather, it was completely absorbed by his essence, qi, and spirit. Chunzong immediately felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were significantly strengthened. Moreover, there was a faint change, but this change was very subtle and difficult to distinguish because it was too subtle. However, many a little makes a mickle. Then next, it's time for the other statues. Chunzong revealed a smile and immediately moved, rushing to the other strongholds. At the same time, the Eagle God Sect's army finally erupted. It directly launched an attack. The Wan Yuan Alliance was originally still arguing, but when they encountered the Eagle God Sect's attack, they could only counterattack. A great battle began. The Eagle God Sect's disciples' strength had at least doubled after receiving the buff. When they used their secret techniques, their strength could increase by 4 or 5 times. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Although the 10,000 Yuan Alliance's side also had their own secret techniques, their buff was completely different from their normal buff. Disadvantaged. As soon as the battle began, the 1 Yuan Alliance fell into a disadvantageous position. In addition, many people were actually unwilling to fight to the death with the Eagle God sect. They faintly wanted to circle around and retreat, causing the 1 Yuan Alliance to be suppressed by the Eagle God sect. In any case, casualties began to appear. The Eagle God sect's disciples were not afraid of death. They fought madly, but the 1 Yuan Alliance did not dare to. The 3 Eagle God Venerables and the 3 Emperor Realm Experts fought fiercely. The 3 Emperor Realm Experts were also at a disadvantage, but they could still hold on. Previously, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's Alliance Master was injured by one of the Eagle God Venerables. Fortunately, the Eagle God Venerable's attack was incomplete. Otherwise, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's Alliance Master would have been killed. Of course, if it was a complete Eagle God Venerable's attack, the Eagle God Venerables would also have died. As for the incomplete Eagle God Venerable's attack, it was not easy to use. After using it, they would have to pay a considerable price. Compared to the Eagle God Guards and Eagle God Generals, Eagle God Monarchs and Eagle God Venerables would not easily ignite their life force. Sharp eagle cries rang out continuously, reverberating throughout the battlefield. An incomparably terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Chunzong, on the other hand, was constantly destroying the Eagle God sect's strongholds and devouring the Eagle God's consciousness. When the last Eagle God statue was completely destroyed by Chunzong, the Eagle God sect's disciples, who were in the midst of fierce battle, immediately discovered that the blood-colored aura on their bodies was dissipating at an alarming rate. That was the power bestowed by the Eagle God. Why was it dissipating? The 10,000 Yuan Alliance had also noticed this. Their buffs have disappeared. This is a good chance. Kill them quickly. Although they had tried their best to avoid the Eagle God sect's attacks at the beginning and were unwilling to fight, they had been suppressed and chased around. They had even suffered considerable casualties. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a cultivator. Now, it was finally time to explode, because even the 3 Eagle God Venerables had lost their blood-colored aura, their strength had decreased by more than a fold. This was an excellent opportunity for a decisive counterattack. Kill! 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 The 1 Yuan Alliance erupted in an instant. Their fighting spirit was incomparably high as they frantically counterattacked. On the other hand, the Eagle God sect's disciples' expressions changed drastically. The loss of their divine power made them feel uneasy. They thought that they had been abandoned by their god. Coupled with the decrease in their strength, their morale was low. Chapter 28:18. My God, we beg for your arrival. Oh, God's grace. The Hawk God cult's disciples roared and howled, as if they were praying and begging. Once the feeling of gaining strength was gone, it was as if something had been taken away from them. It was very uncomfortable. It was at least double the difference in strength. Even venerable Falcon God, who had experienced countless hardships and setbacks, and had an incomparably strong will, felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his strength had dropped by at least 50%. Was it just 50%? The 50% drop was visible, but what about the secret technique? After directly activating the secret technique, one's strength would increase by 4 or 5 times for a few dozen breaths. Without the support of divine power, the secret technique's amplification was also lost. The final desperate attack to kill the Hawk God was also lost. The loss could be said to be disastrous. This kind of blow directly affected the minds of the Hawk God cult's disciples, causing them to fall into a state of confusion and confusion. They were like children abandoned by their families, confused and panicked. This point also allowed the myriad Yuan Alliance's cultivators to see another flaw in the Hawk God cult's disciples. It turned out that the Hawk God cult's disciples weren't really fearless. Once they lost the support of divine power and returned to their original strength, they would become so weak. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent of the myriad Yuan Alliance's side sword. Killing intent filled the sky like a surging tide. The sullenness of being intimidated by the Hawk God cult's disciples was completely ignited and completely erupted. On the other hand, the Hawk God cult side was forced to counterattack, but they were also constantly injured and began to flee. They were utterly defeated. Compared to the aggressive and arrogant attitude they had when they first arrived, the Hawk God cult's disciples were now in a sorry state like stray dogs. Chase. What a rare opportunity. What a rare opportunity. The Myriad Yuan Alliance's people immediately chased after them. The Myriad Yuan Island belonged to them, not outsiders. The Hawk God cult was an outsider. Even if the majority of the Hawk God cult's disciples were originally cultivators of the Myriad Yuan Island, since they had joined the Hawk God cult, they were enemies, and enemies should be eliminated. The Hawk deity disciples scattered and fled in all directions. Some were caught and killed, while others were wounded but luckily managed to escape. There were very, very few who were able to escape without being injured. Chunzong had just left the last stronghold of the Eagle God sect and was heading towards the 10,000 Yuan Alliance when he saw the fleeing Eagle God sect disciples. Kill. With a flash of sword light, he tore through the air and killed his opponent. Then, he devoured his opponent's spirit and life force. How was it that Chunzong was able to recognize the Eagle God disciple even though he had lost the support of his divine power? This was because the aura of the Hawk God sect still lingered in the other party's aura. It would take a long time for the aura to completely dissipate. As for now, it was still very clear, and Chunzong could easily sense it. Not long after, Chunzong set his sights on a heavily injured Eagle King. Emperor-level powerhouse. Chase. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately chased after him. In an instant, he burst out with extreme speed and slashed his sword through the air. You're courting death. The Eagle King was furious. Even though he was heavily injured and could only use 10% of his strength, he was still a 6th realm Emperor-level powerhouse. A mere 5th realm cultivator actually dared to attack him? He was courting death. In his fury, he suddenly slashed his saber through the air. The saber light tore through the air and slashed at Chunzong. As the saber light slashed, Chunzong's figure seemed to flicker like an illusion. He instantly passed through space and slashed his sword at his opponent. Wasn't a 6th realm cultivator who was heavily injured and could only use a fraction of his strength the perfect target for him to test his own strength? Chunzong didn't intend to use his Sword Dao origin power. He wanted to see if he could kill this 6th realm powerhouse head-on with his own strength. The Emperor-level powerhouse was slightly taken aback when his saber missed. He found it unbelievable, but he didn't hesitate and slashed again. He didn't believe that a 5th realm cultivator could really dodge his attack. However, reality proved that it was indeed possible. The third saber strike was unleashed. It was a saber divine technique, a saber divine technique. When the saber arrived, the saber light directly traversed thousands of meters and completely covered a radius of thousands of meters. It even seeped into the level of the void, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge like before. Slash! Skylight pierced the clouds. Under Chunzong's repeated comprehensions and deductions, this technique continued to improve. Now, it had even reached the level of a Supreme Grade Sun rank secret technique. However, the moment the sword light and saber light came into contact, the sword light instantly shattered. The extremely terrifying saber light poured out in torrents, and Chunzong immediately activated the power of the space-splitting ring. When Chunzong's cultivation reached the 5th realm, and his Tao of space was also cultivated to a certain extent, he could activate the power of the space-splitting ring again. This time, he was able to unleash an even more shocking defensive power and resist even more powerful external attacks. The saber light was extremely domineering, and it directly pierced into the internal space of the space-splitting ring. It vibrated nonstop, and a portion of its power was consumed in the process. However, in the end, it still managed to break through the power of the space-splitting ring and hit Chunzong's body. Chunzong activated his silver sword body to the extreme, and his body was extremely tough. He forcefully blocked the remaining saber light from his opponent. Chunzong felt like his body was about to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but experience a tearing pain. However, in the end, he managed to block the saber light. Chunzong couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, his opponent was severely injured, and he couldn't use much of his strength. Otherwise, if his opponent was at his peak, Chunzong wouldn't be able to block the power of this saber light, and he would be instantly killed. However, his opponent's saber light couldn't kill him, and it only injured him slightly. He could use the mysterious seed to instantly recover. What was there to be afraid of? Kill. With his strength, Chunzong could kill this severely injured Emperor Realmmaster. If he could do it, it would be a great benefit to him. He would be able to further cultivate his confidence and will, and he would be able to further condense his essence, and spirit. Why would a true cultivator constantly issue challenges to stronger opponents? Their purpose was to temper themselves, their beliefs, their spirit, their will, and everything else. They would forge an incomparably solid foundation and stimulate even more potential, thus breaking through their limits and ascending to a higher level. Chunzong had been doing this for a long time. Fight! Unleashing all of his strength, Chunzong used his heart sword technique and world sword technique to the extreme. Under the pure heart realm, the power of each strike was extremely condensed and indestructible. Heavenly light breaking clouds and heavenly light shattering stars were both ultra-tier sun-class techniques and super-tier sun-class techniques, respectively. Chunzong's self-created heart execution and world dragon were also super-tier sun-class techniques, and their power was shocking. In addition, Chunzong's sword sharpening technique was able to unleash attacks that were several times stronger than normal. For a while, he was able to battle with this Emperor Realmmaster. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't show any signs of losing. The more he fought, the more Chunzong grew. Although his opponents were stronger than him, they weren't strong enough to defeat him. As long as they couldn't defeat him, he could rely on the power of the mysterious seed to recover instantly, even if he was severely injured. Chunzong couldn't describe how much vitality the mysterious seed was accumulating right now. Moreover, the reason why he kept killing and devouring vitality was to make the mysterious seed something he could rely on. Since this was the case, he had to make the best use of it. Get injured, recover, and continue to battle. Sword energies wreaked havoc in the sky, and saber energies flashed across the sky. The fierce battle didn't stop, and everything around him was destroyed. As the intense battle continued, Chunzong's strength became more condensed, and his swordsmanship and ultimate techniques improved as well. Although the direct power didn't change, the application of his techniques improved. There was no end to the Tao. As the battle continued, Chunzong became more and more powerful. However, this Emperor Realmmaster was getting weaker and weaker. His injuries were getting worse, and his strength was being affected. Run! The Emperor Realmmaster had the idea of escaping. How humiliating it was to escape when facing a fifth Realmmaster. However, there was no other way. If he didn't escape and continue to fight, he might die. This fifth Realmmaster was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also very strange. He had clearly been injured many times, but he could recover in a very short time. The other party must have some kind of powerful healing artifact on him. If he could get it, then his injuries would be healed quickly. However, he was now seriously injured, and his strength had dropped from 10% to 5%. His opponent was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, he would be in danger. Escape first. Escape first. After recovering from his injuries, he would come back to kill this person and seize his treasure. However, how could Chunzong let his opponent escape? Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. In an instant, the most powerful sword slashed through the air. The incomparably powerful sword light tore through the void as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. It drew out an extremely sharp arc, as if it was a crescent moon shooting through the sky. Slash! His hair stood on end. In an instant, the Emperor Realmmaster felt his hair stand on end. The loss of his divine power had already dealt a blow to his mind. and his strength had decreased greatly after being seriously injured in the battle. Facing a fifth realm master, he couldn't kill him. Instead, he was in a sorry state. The blow was even greater, and he lost his mind. Now, Chunzong's fatal sword attack seemed to have destroyed the last bit of resistance in his heart. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. Chunzong didn't even need to use the heavenly light sword-drawing technique to kill him. The Emperor Realm Master was filled with disbelief. Chunzong directly activated the Black Mark and the Mysterious Seed, immediately devouring the Emperor Realm Master's spirit and life force completely. His essence, chi, and spirit were once again nourished, and the life force consumed by the Mysterious Seed was also partially replenished. With one sword attack, the Emperor Realm Master's body was completely destroyed. He turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. As for the Emperor Realm Master's storage divine artifact, it naturally became Chunzong's spoils of war. Now, Chunzong's wealth was astonishing. In the fifth realm, there weren't many who could compare to Chunzong in terms of wealth. Chunzong circulated the Fiend God Sword Codex and constantly absorbed the surrounding power to recover his own consumption. He continued to fly forward and continued to hunt down the Eagle God Sect disciples who were fleeing in a sorry state. Chapter 28:19. A complete defeat. A complete defeat. This was the first time the Eagle God Sect had suffered a complete defeat since its appearance on the Myriad Origin Island. Once it was defeated, it would be an irreversible defeat. Once it was defeated, it would be completely destroyed. Unless there was a miracle, but obviously there was no miracle. Death continued to play out again and again in various places. Tell me, why are you looking for Chunzong? The sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught one of the Eagle God generals and immediately interrogated him. I don't know. The Eagle God general howled and was immediately killed by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught the second one and continued to interrogate him. Finally, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor caught an injured Eagle God King, defeated him, and captured him for interrogation. Finally, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor forced the truth out of him. Chunzong, you really came back. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor grinned, but his eyes emitted an incomparably cold light, which was extremely terrifying. A terrifying killing intent surged like a tide, vast and mighty. An astonishing sword intent filled the air and soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky and shatter everything. The unparalleled sharpness seemed to have shot out from an ancient volcano. Chunzong, you must die. Then, where was Chunzong now? Was he hiding in the Trade Wind restaurant? It was possible. Suddenly, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's eyes widened, and then condensed into a point, emitting an incomparably terrifying cold light. Chunzong. He actually saw Chunzong. Ha! The sky-splitting Sword Emperor couldn't help but laugh wildly. What was this? Even the heavens were helping him by allowing Chunzong to appear in front of him. This time, you can't escape. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's murderous intent erupted endlessly. The terrifying sword intent instantly transformed into a shocking sword light that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart. It directly shot towards Chunzong, tearing the space apart. Chunzong must die, not only for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Chunzong's speed of growth terrified the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. He was afraid that if he didn't kill Chunzong now, he wouldn't be able to kill Chunzong after a while. He might even be killed by Chunzong instead. The shocking killing intent swept across the sky. Chunzong was startled. The killing intent was so strong, and it felt a little familiar. He turned around and saw the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong immediately swept up a sword light and quickly fled. Was he afraid? No, but Chunzong didn't want to fight with the sky-splitting Sword Emperor here. If other experts from the Wandering Sect came, they would definitely help the sky-splitting Sword Emperor, not him. As for the experts from the Trade Wind restaurant, it might be possible, but he shouldn't be so lucky. The only thing he could truly trust was his own strength, and nothing else. Then, He should leave now and find a more remote place where he wouldn't be easily disturbed. Then, he could kill the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor was a top Imperial realm expert. He couldn't be compared to the two Eagle God Pontiffs he had killed earlier. However, Chunzong still had a trump card. At least, he had the power of the sword mark from the Taihao Sword Saint, which gave Chunzong great confidence. The power of the Way of the Sword was even stronger than the original power of the Way of the Sword given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Chunzong was extremely fast, and there was quite a distance between him and the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. Since he had escaped in time, the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor was a top Imperial realm expert, after all. His strength was terrifying, and his speed was also extremely fast. He was closing in on Chunzong at an astonishing speed. Chunzong flew toward the place with fewer people, which was getting more and more remote. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor had an idea. He actually slowed down a little. He didn't chase after Chunzong immediately. Instead, he kept chasing after him, but he didn't close in on him directly. Instead, he released his sword intent and kept attacking Chunzong, bringing great pressure to Chunzong. He also realized that if he killed Chunzong here, it would be very dangerous if the master of the Trust Wind Tower saw it. The master of the Wanren sect wasn't here, so he couldn't stop the master of the Trust Wind Tower. Therefore, it was undoubtedly better to go to a place with fewer people. Revenge had to be taken, and future troubles had to be eliminated. However, it was also very important to reduce his own danger. Many people were chasing after the remaining members of the Eagle God sect, so they didn't pay attention to Chunzong and the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor's actions. They also didn't expect that the person who was constantly running away was Chunzong. Relying on his astonishing speed, Chunzong finally arrived at a very remote place and directly stopped. The Fiend Godsword Codex was still circulating unceasingly. Just now, when he was flying, Chunzong actually did not use up much of his strength. Or rather, Chunzong's strength was indeed used up, but with the help of the Fiend Godsword Codex, he quickly recovered and was at his peak. His powerful essence, energy, and spirit were comparable to that of a sixth realm martial emperor. This allowed Chunzong to circulate the technique more efficiently, and he could also maintain his peak state at all times. Run. You can continue to run. This time, I'll see where you can run to. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor saw that Chunzong had actually stopped and was rapidly approaching him. He grinned maliciously, and his monstrous killing intent surged like a raging tide, engulfing everything. It was extremely terrifying. All grudges are settled today, Chunzong said unhurriedly. Chunzong said slowly. His eyes became sharper and sharper, and his sword will continue to rise. It shot into the sky as if it was going to break through the limits and break through the 9 heavens, directly approaching the 6th level. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Such a powerful sword will. How could there be such a powerful sword will? This sword will was almost at the Martial Emperor level. It was terrifying. What monstrous swordsman. If he didn't kill him now, when would he? In an instant, the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely blazing, as if tens of thousands of rays of light were blooming. It then condensed into one, the most dazzling, the most incisive, and the most domineering. It directly slashed through the air. With a ripping sound, the sky was directly torn apart like a piece of cloth. Terrifying spatial cracks spread rapidly and shot towards Chunzong like lightning. Horrifying. In just an instant, Chunzong felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't resist this sword with his own strength. Previously, when he fought with the heavily injured Martial Emperor, Chunzong knew that he couldn't resist a Martial Emperor at his peak state, at least not now. Explode. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately exploded with the power of the origin of swordsmanship. The tyrannical power flowed through his body and surged endlessly. It directly pushed Chunzong's sword to temporarily break through the limit and reach the 6th realm. Astonishing sword chi raged in all directions, sweeping across the sky. It was extremely powerful. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light shot out like an aurora and lightning. The heavenly light shattering stars under the power of the origin of swordsmanship was extremely powerful. End the battle quickly. Shinzong wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, he only had 6 drops of the power of the origin of swordsmanship. No, there were only 5 drops left, and they would be used up soon. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he could only use a killing move like the heavenly light sword-drawing technique at a critical moment. Otherwise, he might return empty-handed. In short, the sky-splitting sword emperor was incomparable to the 2 emperor-level martial emperors he had killed before. He couldn't let his guard down at all. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to use the power of the sword mark left by Sword Saint Taihao. However, when it was time to use it, Shinzong wouldn't be reluctant to use it. He would use it when it was needed and make the best use of it. Child's play. The sky-splitting sword emperor was shocked, but then he revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, he raised his sword and the terrifying sky-splitting sword essence erupted to the extreme. He slashed out again, and the shocking sword light tore through the sky. The pitch-black space cracks spread rapidly like demons. That kind of aura could destroy everything. Divine swordsmanship. The sky-splitting sword emperor directly used the divine swordsmanship, intending to kill Chunzong directly. Similarly, he wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid any accidents. Horrifying. Chunzong's sword light was shattered, and the terrifying sky-splitting sword technique arrived in an instant. Chunzong's hair stood on end, and an extremely strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his body. It swept over and was about to engulf him. Without hesitation, Chunzong also unleashed the heavenly light's sword-drawing technique because he couldn't dodge it. Since he couldn't dodge it, he could only fight it with his divine skill. Slash! The extremely powerful sword light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The 2 sword lights collided in an instant. After a slight pause, Chunzong immediately felt that the opponent's sword light was tyrannical and fierce. It destroyed his sword light and continued to slash at him. Heavenly light sword-drawing technique. Lone Swallow returns. An even more tyrannical sword strike was unleashed. It collided with the sky-splitting sword emperor's sword light and was shattered again. After all, the sky-splitting sword emperor was a top sword emperor realm expert. He was very powerful, and he even used 100% of his strength to display the divine swordsmanship. Its power was extremely terrifying. Although Chunzong could truly display the power of the drop of sword principal origin, it was only at the level of an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. After using the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, Chunzong also felt that the drop of sword principal origin was almost completely exhausted. There are only 5 drops of sword principal origin left. Chunzong knew very well that even if he used all of them, he couldn't do anything to the sky-splitting sword emperor. After all, the sky-splitting sword emperor was a top Emperor Realm expert. He was too powerful and couldn't be compared to him. The gap between an ordinary Emperor Realm expert and a top Emperor Realm expert was definitely greater than the gap between an ordinary King Realm expert and a top King Realm expert. Chunzong knew that he had to use his last resort. The power of the sword mark left by the Taihao Sword Saint. In an instant, Chunzong immediately activated the power of the sword mark. The space between Chunzong's eyebrows seemed to be split open. A golden red sword mark appeared, releasing an astonishing light. His sword intent was once again raised to an even more powerful level. Chunzong felt that he was about to explode. That kind of power was too powerful. Even if he had the wholehearted returning realm to control it, he still felt that he couldn't control it. He had to release it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be hurt. Slash! Without hesitation, Chunzong used the heavenly light sword-drawing technique again. The heavenly light sword-drawing technique, which was displayed with the power of the Taihao Sword Saint's sword mark, was suddenly more than 10 times more powerful than before. The sword light that burst out at that moment was extremely intense. It seemed to illuminate the world. Only the light was shining. Everything else was dark. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor only felt that the world suddenly turned dark. In an instant, another extreme light lit up. It was blazing to the extreme. That light was invincible. Burst out. Completely burst out. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor used all of his strength to release the most powerful sword strike. He wanted to compete with the divine light of absolute beginning that broke through the darkness. Chapter 28:20. Skylight, clouds, and darkness retreated. Two figures stood in the sky, motionless. Chunzong's breathing quickened. His face was pale, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Using the power of the sword mark left by the Taihao Sword Saint was too much of a burden on him. The burden was so great because Chunzong wanted to control the power of the sword mark and unleash its full potential. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of the power of the sword mark. Naturally, there wouldn't be such a huge burden on him. The might of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, which was executed with the power of the sword mark, was more than 10 times more powerful. Because the sword light was too blazing, a strong contrast appeared in the surroundings, and it was as if everything had fallen into darkness. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor opened his mouth with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but Chunzong didn't give him any chance. With a flash of sword light, he closed in on the sky-splitting Sword Emperor and pierced his heart. At the same time, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed was activated. Devour. Absorb. I was the one who killed your disciples, Yi Futian said coldly. Chunzong's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's heart. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's eyes suddenly widened. He was shocked and resentful to the extreme. However, there was no chance. He had no chance to fight back. His spiritual soul had been absorbed by the black mark and was being dragged out. His vitality was being devoured by the mysterious seed. The mysterious seed was like a black hole that was devouring the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's vitality. No matter who he was, it would devour him first. I hate. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor let out a final wail, but he was powerless. The sword chi surged and directly shattered the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's body into powder. He destroyed the corpse and quickly took away the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's storage device and the sky-splitting divine sword. These were all spoils of war. Although this battle was not seen by others, and he did not stand out, it was the best for Chunzong. Being in the limelight was just an empty reputation. Killing the enemy was a real way to reduce unnecessary threats. If someone saw this scene, Chunzong would become the focus of attention and cause a great shock, but it would also cause more trouble, which wasn't what Chunzong wanted. At the end of the day, he was only at the 5th realm. Even though he had killed 3 6th realm emperors in a row, it was only because of the power of the origin of the Sword Way and the power of the Taihao Sword Saint sword mark. It was not his true strength. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. After killing the sky-splitting Sword Emperor, Chunzong also heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed from the bottom of his heart. As for whether the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's death would have any impact, that was the aftermath. It was very likely that the Eagle God cult would take the blame. After all, the people of the alliance of 10,000 yuan were all hunting down the Eagle God cult. It was normal for the sky-splitting Sword Emperor to be dragged down by the Eagle God cult before he died. Unfortunately, although the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's sword was an origin weapon, it had been nurtured by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor for countless years. It was only suitable for the sky-splitting sword intent and had little effect on other sword intents and origin of the sword way. When Chunzong returned to the Trade Wind Tower, the master of the Trade Wind Tower had also returned. Seeing Chunzong safe and sound, the master of the Trade Wind Tower immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had told Chunzong to stay in the Trade Wind Tower. He never thought that he would not be able to find Chunzong when he returned, nor did he know where Chunzong had gone. Chunzong did not hide anything and gave a general account of his actions. I see. The master of the Trade Wind Tower came to a realization. As it turned out, Chunzong had destroyed the Falcon God statue, causing the Falcon God disciples to lose the support of their God force. As their strength decreased, they also felt like they had been abandoned. Everyone panicked, and their morale plummeted. They went from attacking in high spirits to fleeing in panic. This was all thanks to Chunzong. It was Chunzong who had taken drastic measures to destroy the falcon god statue. It had to be said that Chunzong's actions had been very noble. However, it was not appropriate for this matter to be publicized. After all, the falcon god sect had attacked for Chunzong, and the master of the Trade Wind Tower had clearly stated that Chunzong was no longer in the Trade Wind Tower. If this matter was publicized now, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. In particular, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor of the Myriad Wall sect wanted to kill Chunzong at all times. Chunzong did not tell the master of the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's death. This was a secret that only he knew. Chunzong did not intend to tell anyone else. It was best to let it rot in his stomach. The Falcon God sect had suffered heavy losses this time. More than half of its members had died. One of the 3 great Emperor-level Falcon God Venerables had died, while the other 2 were seriously injured. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to recover from such injuries without at least 100 years of rest. In other words, the Myriad Origin Island would return to its former state. Although there would still be competition, it would be relatively peaceful. At the very least, the death of the sky-splitting Sword Emperor of the Myriad Wall sect meant that the sky-splitting Sword Palace existed in name only. The overall strength of the Myriad Wall sect had also been greatly affected. In addition, the Myriad Origin Alliance had also suffered heavy losses in the confrontation with the Falcon God sect. Following this, the various forces on the Myriad Origin Island would have to rest and recuperate to avoid conflicts. In this way, Union Shin should be safe in the Trade Wind Tower under the protection of the master of the Trade Wind Tower. Only then could Chunzong leave with peace of mind and return to the Taihao Mountain. He would then ask the experts of the Taihao Mountain to come and take Union Shin away. Chunzong was also very clear that he was only at the 5th level and did not have a high status in the Taihao Mountain. Therefore, if he wanted to ask the experts to take Union Shin away, he would need to show more ability. Prove himself. How could he prove himself? Challenging the God King list was one of the ways. In the Trade Wind Tower, Chunzong directly issued a challenge to the God King list. Previously, Chunzong was on the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list, so he had the right to issue a challenge directly. The will of the universe would inform the other party. There are only 3,333 places on the God King list, which was even fewer than the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list. It was more difficult to be listed on the God King list. Chunzong was confident that his current strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, he did not have a clear idea of how powerful the experts on the God King list were. All in all, at least every expert on the God King list had a top-grade Dao weapon and cultivated the Great Way to the pregnant Dao spirit realm. All of them had mastered Sun-class unique skills. Their strength and means were extraordinary. Therefore, his first target was the 3,000th place on the God King list. It didn't take long for Chunzong to enter the God King list and face his opponent. Peerless Sword Master Chunzong. After more than 100 years, he has indeed reached the 5th level. It has only been a little more than 100 years, and he wants to challenge the God King list? Isn't it too hasty? He is too hasty. Many people talked about it. Humph. Geniuses are geniuses because they can't be judged by common sense. Peerless Swordmaster broke through as the number 1 on the Divine Lord list, and he was blessed by the will of the universe. It is said that when he broke through, the godly power of the universe was overwhelming. After he broke through, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. With more than 100 years of hard work, his strength would increase to a shocking level. Someone refuted. Both sides had their reasons, but who was in the right? It was very simple. One battle was all that was needed to determine the outcome. Fight! Chunzong drew out his sword and pierced through the air. When he used the Heart Sword art, it had the power of a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. As soon as he attacked, the masters on the God King list were startled. What is this sword art? The power of this sword art is too terrifying. All the masters on the God King list were stunned. How come the power of this sword art is so terrifying? It is a Sun-class unique skill, and it seems to be more powerful than low-grade Sun-class unique skills and even mid-grade Sun-class unique skills. It is shocking. A top-grade Sun-class unique skill. How is this possible? This is impossible. If it appeared in the hands of a Sword Emperor who was at the 6th level, it would be understandable. After all, their true skills were godly spells. However, even many Sword Emperors might not be able to master a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. It was shocking that a Sword Emperor at the 5th level could master it. Under the control of the Pure Heart Realm, all the energy in Chunzong's body was condensed, and he was able to unleash all of it. As soon as Chunzong used his sword art, he suppressed his opponent and defeated him. After defeating his opponent, Chunzong's name appeared on the God King list again. He was now ranked 3,000th. Too fast. This sword art is too terrifying. He won so easily. The talent of Sword Emperor Peerless is too shocking. All the spectators on the God King list were shocked. Chunzong had won easily. He had only used his swordsmanship. Chunzong had won after using his superb and mysterious swordsmanship. As for the other party, before he could even display his true strength, he was completely suppressed by Chunzong and then killed. Aggrieved. They were extremely aggrieved. Even so, they understood the gap between them. It was true that they didn't use their full strength. However, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't because they were suppressed by their opponent's sword art. The gap between them was huge. Chunzong was surprised as well. He didn't expect that his strength could get him onto the God King list, and it seemed like he could get a good ranking on it. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly challenged the person who was ranked 2,000th on the God King list. The strength of the person who was ranked 2,000th wasn't something that the person who was ranked 3,000th could compare with. Chunzong used his Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. So, let's fight with all our strength. The Silver Sword body was fully activated, and the power of the Sea-Splitting Sword Spirit was raised to the extreme. He also used his unique sword art. Defeated. Chunzong defeated the expert who was ranked 2,000th on the God King list and successfully replaced him. He continued to challenge the 1,000th. After a fierce battle, Chunzong defeated his opponent and replaced him. It's time to go. Chunzong didn't plan to continue after he was ranked 1,000th on the Divine King list. Although he could continue to improve his ranking, he decided to stop for the time being. Even if he could continue to improve, he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 100. Of course, if Chunzong used Swordway Divine spells, there would be hope. However, Chunzong still hoped to be in the top 100 without using his Sword Principle Divine skill. Chapter 28-21. The universe was vast and boundless. A beam of sword light rose from the corner of the Wanyuan Island. In a place where no one could see, it instantly escaped into the universe. Its speed was amazing, more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary 5th realm expert. When the sword light flew out 10,000 meters, it suddenly shook and disappeared, as if it had escaped into the void. When it reappeared, it was already 100,000 meters away. This sword light was transformed by Chunzong. The technique of escaping into the void was also a technique that Chunzong had comprehended from the original flying boat in the void. Combined with his own space dao, it was very suitable for traveling alone. Unfortunately, the space in the universe was much stronger than the void. Even with Chunzong's attainments in the space dao, he could only travel a distance of 100,000 meters after accumulating energy. Otherwise, he would be in danger of falling into the space mezzanine, which was full of fierce demons of the universe and even terrifying dark demons of the universe. Even if it was 100,000 meters, Chunzong could still greatly increase his speed and shorten the time to return to Mount Taihao. He could not use the method of escaping into the space crack when he was chased by the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. He could only use it when there was no way out. If he used it normally, who knew if he would be unlucky and really die in the space crack? Even if he did not die, it was very likely that he would drift to an unknown place or even enter a dangerous and forbidden area of the universe. In short, it was full of uncertainty. It was almost impossible to repeat the last miracle. Shenzong would not gamble on his luck. It was hard to say. It was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Shenzong continued on his way. Thankfully, he was constantly cultivating the Divine Demon Sword Codex. It was constantly circulating, absorbing the universe's essence energy to replenish his energy consumption and maintain a balance. This allowed Shenzong's cultivation base to remain at its peak, allowing him to calmly face any dangers that might appear. The Heart Sutra broke the limit and reached the realm of heart, returning to nature. Shenzong did not lose the Heart Sutra's ability to activate multiple intents at the same time, but it was different. In short, he had improved more than before. Under the realm of heart, returning to nature, each intent was more condensed and could reach the essence when comprehending. Now, Shenzong's mind power had greatly increased. In addition, the recovery speed of his mind power had also greatly increased. He could already activate 90 intents at the same time. The consumption of his mind power and the recovery speed were exactly the same. In other words, if Shenzong actively activated 100 intents at the same time, he could persist for a very long time. However, 100 intents at the same time could not be compared to the realm of heart returning to nature. Under the state of 90 intents at the same time, Shenzong's consciousness was divided into 90 independent parts. Each part was complete, and they could be connected with each other. Shenzong could use 90 intents to comprehend a certain profound mystery at the same time, analyzing it from 90 different angles. He could also comprehend 90 different profound mysteries at the same time and apply them as he wished. Under such circumstances, his comprehension efficiency was amazing. Swordsmanship, unique skills, divine skills, great ways, and so on were accumulating and strengthening bit by bit. Shenzong seemed to be improving every moment. Of course, in a certain realm, the more one improved, the more powerful one became. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to improve. Moreover, there was a limit. If one could not break the limit, it would be useless no matter how many intents one had. However, Shenzong had not yet reached the limit of the fifth realm. He could still continue to improve. However, because he was constantly approaching the limit, the speed of improvement began to slow down. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Shenzong's improvement was terrifying compared to other fifth realms. The universe was vast. When one first saw it, it would bring an unparalleled sense of shock. It would madly impact one's mind and make one lose control of himself. One would be amazed by the vastness and magnificence of a universe. However, after seeing it for a long time, one would gradually feel bland and eventually feel that it was nothing. For example, those experts had seen the universe countless times. In their eyes, it was just a scenery. It was like the place where they lived, the tables and chairs, the walls, or the paintings hanging on the walls. Time continued to pass. This time, there were no accidents. Shenzong could only rely on his own ability to hurry. It was really difficult to reach Taihao Mountain from Wanyuan Island without more than 100 years. If Shenzong did not want to find the senior experts of Taihao Mountain to take away Yinyin, it would not matter. Anyway, even if he was hurrying, he would not stop cultivating. He could continue to cultivate and improve himself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. There seemed to be no concept of the passage of time. The further he went, the more blurred it became. Shenzong also forgot how much time had passed. In short, he had never stopped and had been hurrying. During this period, he had also encountered some dangers, but he had relied on his superb strength to get through them. Powerful strength was the guarantee and prerequisite of everything. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Shenzong was still hurrying. After 10 years of continuous travel and using void travel from time to time, Shenzong was already very far away from Wanyuan Island. In front of him was a belt of planets, densely packed with hundreds and thousands of planets. At first glance, it was very shocking, but in fact, the distance between each planet was very far. They were spread out widely, covering all directions. When Shenzong entered, he felt that it seemed to be filled with a force field. It was a strange force field. Under this force field, the strength of the space was increased by more than 10 times. I can't travel. When Qinzong wanted to use void travel to speed up his journey, he found that the strength of the space here was amazing. He wanted to travel, but he could not do it. It was like a piece of steel. This made Qinzong very surprised. Qinzong also found that there were other cultivators here. They seemed to be looking for something on those planets. Some were mining ores and so on. The strength of the space here exceeded that of other places in the amazing force field. This meant that this place was extraordinary. Maybe there really was a treasure here that caused such a situation. Qinzong could not help but be a little excited. Could it be a space-type treasure? If so, he would be able to find it. Wouldn't he be rich? After thinking about it, Qinzong rationally restrained his impulse. If there really was a treasure, it would have been discovered by other cultivators after so many years. In that case, he would just try his luck. It would be great if he could find it, but it would not be a pity if he did not. The most important thing now was to pass through this planetary belt and go to Taihao Mountain. Everything was up to fate. Very suddenly, Qinzong's heart trembled. The Pure Will seemed to be warning him. It gave Qinzong a strange feeling, as if something terrible was about to appear in this planetary belt. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Qinzong chose to retreat. It had not been long since he entered the planetary belt, so it was easier to retreat than to pass through it. Moreover, Qinzong's warning told him that the source of the fluctuation was in the center of the planetary belt. Just as Qinzong retreated, an extremely strong fluctuation exploded in an instant from the center of the planetary belt. It rushed in all directions and turned into layers of violent ripples, crazily sweeping across like a raging tide. Crack! Under the impact of the ripples, cracks appeared on the planets one after another. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed, becoming denser and denser, and then shattered. Qinzong was extremely shocked. Each planet was at least dozens of miles in size, and the largest was hundreds of miles in size. It was very shocking, but under the sweep of that force, they directly shattered and shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Qinzong retreated in a timely manner. He even did not hesitate to burst out a drop of Sword Dao origin power, causing his speed to increase explosively in an instant, and he retreated at an even faster speed. However, the other cultivators who were still inside were not so lucky. In the face of this terrifying force that could shatter planets, the king-level cultivators could not withstand it at all. In an instant, their resistance was defeated, and their bodies turned into ashes in an instant. They were completely destroyed. As for the sixth realm emperor-level cultivators, they had enough strength to withstand such an impact, but they did not dare to continue to do so. Instead, they all exploded with extreme speed and used various methods to quickly retreat, wanting to get away as quickly as possible. No one knew what was going on. Why did it suddenly become like this after so many years of living in peace? What exactly happened? In the next moment, everyone was stunned. They all stopped breathing, almost suffocating. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Qinzong was no exception. Suffocation. They were shocked to the point of suffocation. What was that? An indescribably huge black shadow gradually appeared in the void at the center of the planet belt. As the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size also collapsed and turned into dust. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size around it were as small as dust particles. This feeling was simply terrifying to the extreme, and a cultivator like Qinzong was also as small as dust particles in front of the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size. How could he compare with that huge shadow? Appear. Finally, the huge shadow appeared. Qinzong kept retreating. He had to continuously burst out 2 drops of Sword Dao origin power in order to leave the planet belt. However, he did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to retreat. The farther he was, the safer it would be. The further back he retreated, the more Qinzong could see the huge shadow that was gradually appearing. It was as if it had emerged from the endless deep sea. The aura it exuded was extremely powerful and domineering. Yes, domineering. Only domineering. Only domineering, the ultimate domineering. It was a domineering that could crush all things, the universe, and even time and space. The impact was indescribable. Even though Chunzong's mind was strong, he could not help but be shaken. Now, he could only see a part of the huge shadow. It was like the tip of the iceberg, and he could not see the whole picture. Firstly, it was because the huge shadow had not completely appeared. Secondly, it was because the huge shadow was so huge that Chunzong could not see it even though he was far away. He could only continue to retreat. Chapter 28-22. Humongous. Unparalleled humongous. Unprecedented and indescribable humongousness. Chunzong was already far away from the planetary belt. He could finally see the outline of the humongous figure in the planetary belt. The figure gradually emerged from the water and became clearer. As it appeared, the extremely domineering and terrifying aura became even more powerful. Countless spatial ripples swept out like tidal waves, engulfing the entire planetary belt. Within the planetary belt, there were over 1,000 planets, ranging from a few dozen miles to a few hundred miles in size. They were scattered all around, forming a unique region. At this moment, countless tide-like spatial ripples were wreaking havoc, and the planets were constantly spreading out from the center, shattering, and turning into dust. Such a scene was extremely rare and impactful. It was too terrifying and shocking. It was the first time Chunzong had seen such destruction. Not to mention himself, even experts like the sky-splitting Sword Emperor could not do such a thing. No, even Emperor-level experts could not do such a large-scale destruction. Even from a distance, Chunzong could clearly feel the tidal ripple's power. It was extremely terrifying, and he had a feeling that he would be turned into ashes. This aura was extremely familiar to Chunzong. It was the fluctuation of the Tao of space. In an instant, Chunzong's comprehension of the Tao of space seemed to have improved under the circulation of the Heart Sutra. The Space Tao spirit in the Space Tao Palace also constantly absorbed the vibrating space, Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly improving and condensing itself. Now, the 5 great Taos that Chunzong had mastered had all been raised to the level of pregnant Tao spirit, which was equivalent to the perfected Great Tao realm. However, the pregnant Tao spirit realm itself was divided into different levels. If it was divided into initiation, initial success, large success, and perfection, Chunzong's 5 Tao spirits were all at initial success. The improvement of the pregnant Tao spirit was much more difficult than before. After so many years, the improvement from small success to large success was not great. But now, Chunzong felt that his Space Tao spirit was wantonly absorbing the space Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly condensing itself. Its speed of comprehension was more than 3 times faster than usual. What a good opportunity! Chunzong's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to comprehend and absorb it. He did his best to improve his spatial Tao spirit and increase the power of his spatial Tao. At the same time, Chunzong did not forget anything else. He stared at the terrifying figure that was emitting an overbearing aura. Too big, too big. In front of that figure, the stars were very small, like toys. Chunzong's heart was greatly shocked. That figure overlapped with the figure on a pattern he had seen before. It was exactly the same. Tai Dragon. Chunzong softly spat out these 2 words. His murmur was unable to conceal the shock and passion in his heart. In Sword Sharpening Mountain, Chunzong had obtained the inheritance of the Night Dragon sword art, which included various introductions of the Night Dragon sword art. It was mentioned in the sword art that the ancestors of Sword Sharpening Mountain were inspired by the Night Dragon sword art when they observed the cosmic beast. It took them 1,000 years to create and perfect it. It was a sword art of the Tao of space. The Night Dragon was known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Chunzong knew very well that his Night Dragon sword art had not really been developed to the extreme. It was only because he had created the Heart sword art and the World sword art. These two sword arts had infinite potential and could be continuously integrated with other sword arts. The essence of the sword art was constantly improving. Therefore, Chunzong did not put too much effort into the Night Dragon sword art and other sword arts. He only needed to grasp the mystery, extract the essence, and integrate it into his own sword art. It was best if it was suitable for him. The creator of the Night Dragon sword art was the most suitable person for this sword art. Chunzong also planned to integrate the Heart sword art and the World sword art into an even more superior sword art. However, the two sword arts were completely different. It was too difficult to integrate them. He had no clue so far, but Chunzong would not be discouraged, nor would he give up. Chunzong was extremely excited because this was the first time Chunzong saw the true face of a night dragon, known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Its enormous head was like a combination of a tortoise and a snake. There was an indescribable simplicity to it. Its upper body was extremely strong and frighteningly huge. It had two huge arms with bulging muscles that contained extreme power. Its back seemed to be carrying countless mountains, and it was also like a carapace that protected the back of the night dragon. It was extremely majestic. Its lower body was different. It looked like a tail, like a snake's tail, but at the end, it looked like a fish's tail. Its appearance was strange, but it looked very harmonious. Extremely astonishing fluctuations of the space Tao constantly spread out from the body of the behemoth, forming layers of ripples that rose and fell like tides. They wandered and surged around the night dragon's huge body. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded from the night dragon's open mouth. It turned into layers of terrifying sound waves that rushed out like a turbulent sea. Shatter! Under that roar, Chunzong couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock because the space in front of the Tide Dragon had directly shattered. It had completely shattered and turned into an incomparably large expanse of darkness that spread out and devoured everything. A mere roar had caused such terrifying destruction. Chunzong did not know how to describe it anymore. As for the other cultivators, they could not see this scene at all because as the Tide Dragon truly appeared, they could not withstand the impact of the spatial tide at all. This was the case even for cultivators at the 6th level. They were all reduced to ashes one by one. The night dragon did not seem to have discovered Chunzong. Perhaps it had discovered Chunzong, but it ignored him. After all, in its eyes, Chunzong was no different from dust. Afterwards, the night dragon swung its huge tail, sweeping up vast tides like waves. They surged endlessly, all of them containing the power of space. Afterwards, the terrifying might of space erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding several million kilometers. Chunzong only felt an unfathomable power sweep through the air. Everything was locked down, including Chunzong. He was immediately immobilized. Even as Chunzong constantly erupted with power, he found it difficult to break free. In the next moment, the arms of the night tide dragon suddenly reached forward, and the space that had just closed was ripped apart like a piece of cloth. In a single moment, a shocking spatial crack several 100,000 kilometers long was ripped open. Terrifying forces swept out, wreaking havoc like a storm, tearing everything to pieces. Chunzong saw that countless spatial turbulences had formed into astonishing sharp blades, madly rushing out. The spatial power that could crush a mountain in an instant fell on the enormous body of the Tide Dragon, but it only produced a few sparks. It simply didn't make any difference. It could not truly damage the Night Dragon's tyrannical body. The physique of a cosmic beast was already extremely tyrannical. As the most tyrannical cosmic beast, the Night Dragon was even more indescribably tyrannical. What's more, this was an adult cosmic beast. Tearing open a spatial fissure that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, the Tide Dragon's enormous body shook and swept up an endless terrifying spatial tide that could shatter everything. The spatial tide madly slammed into the surrounding void, as if it could destroy everything. Bursts of extremely violent roars rang out, and then the Tide Dragon plunged into the huge spatial fissure. It was an extremely domineering stance, but it also carried with it an indescribable elegance. Every muscle and every inch of skin seemed to interpret the perfect application of strength. The kind of turbulence was like a tidal wave, one after another, surging without end, as if it was pushing forward endlessly. As the tide dragon's tail gently swayed one last time, its colossal body completely disappeared into the huge spatial fissure. Chunzong immediately sensed that the several million kilometers of spatial imprisonment had disappeared. The spatial crack, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, was disappearing at an astonishing speed, but because it was so huge, it would take dozens of breaths for it to completely disappear. The astonishing power of space fluctuated wildly. Chunzong took advantage of this opportunity to constantly absorb it, and at the same time, he increased his speed and approached the spatial crack. The closer he got, the stronger the power of space became, and the faster the absorption of the space principal spirit became. Of course, Chunzong would also maintain a certain distance to ensure his own safety. When the spatial crack, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, was completely healed, the extremely strong power of space also rapidly subsided. At the same time, Chunzong felt that the space principal spirit in his space principal palace also shook and broke through the limit. It broke through from a minor achievement to the greater achievement, becoming the first Tao spirit that Chunzong had reached the greater achievement. The other four Tao spirits were still at the minor achievement level. It was certainly a good thing that the space principal spirit had broken through to the greater achievement level, but Chunzong was somewhat absent-minded because the impact of the scene just now was too strong. It had directly impacted his mind and left an indelible impression, like a brand engraved in the bottom of his heart. The huge body, every muscle, every inch of skin, and the overbearing and extremely beautiful lines were all clearly presented in Chunzong's mind. Pondering, an astonishingly domineering aura was constantly attacking Chunzong's mind. Unknowingly, Chunzong's understanding of the Night Dragon sword technique deepened and advanced by leaps and bounds. There was no limit to swordsmanship. This was not a joke. It meant that swordsmanship could be improved without limit, constantly perfected, and become more powerful. However, there was also a limit to swordsmanship, and this limit was the limit of different people. There was no limit to swordsmanship, and there was a limit to swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, but Tao is limitless. Chunzong did not know where his limit was, but now he could continue to improve and improve continuously. Seeing the appearance of the Night Dragon with his own eyes and seeing it tear through the universe space and disappear, the shock that Chunzong brought was direct to his heart. At this moment, Chunzong was completely immersed in a wonderful state. As he continued to deepen his understanding of the Night Dragon sword technique, the mysteries of the sword principle also emerged passively. At the same time, the mysteries of the space principle were also constantly comprehended and dissected by Chunzong. After an unknown period of time, Chunzong suddenly sobered up, and a burst of sword essence soared into the sky, breaking the limit. Chapter 28-23. The sword intent soared into the sky and broke through the sky. Under the shocking sword intent, the void of the universe seemed to tremble as if it was about to break apart. Fine ripples appeared directly. After withdrawing the sword intent, Chunzong couldn't help but show joy on his face. He broke through. His sword intent broke through. Originally, his sword intent had already reached the peak of the fifth realm and was at the limit of the fifth realm. He was only a thin layer away from the sixth realm. However, the gap between the fifth realm and the sixth realm was extremely large. It was a qualitative change. It was extremely difficult to break through. Generally, cultivators would break through their cultivation first and then make breakthroughs in other aspects. However, Chunzong was the opposite. His cultivation was still at the fifth level, but his sword intent broke through to the sixth level first. The reason why he could break through was that Chunzong had used the origin power of sword Tao many times before, which caused his sword intent to temporarily break through to the sixth level several times. This left a mark in his heart. The second reason was the most important one. It was the tidal dragon's sword technique. Witnessing tidal dragon's peerless and domineering body that traversed the universe gave Chunzong an indescribable feeling. That domineering spirit made Chunzong's attainments in the tidal dragon sword technique improve by leaps and bounds, and then it affected the sword intent of the world sword technique, causing the sword intent to break through the limit and the sword intent of the heart swordsmanship to break through as well. None of these points could be missing. After his sword intent broke through to the 6th level, Chunzong's strength improved a lot, and the sword intent of the world sword technique also broke through, surpassing the heart swordsmanship, and its power increased to the level of a supreme Sun-class unique technique. As the Heart Sutra continued to circulate, Chunzong's mind constantly replayed all the movements of Tidal Dragon when he tore through space and escaped into the space crack. It was extremely subtle, and the extreme, domineering, and powerful feeling was vividly portrayed. As Chunzong comprehended it from time to time, his Tidal Dragon sword technique also continued to improve, and the sword intent of the world sword technique became more powerful and mysterious. The Tao of space was broad and profound, and it was the top Tao among the many Taos. If it was developed to the extreme, its power would be unparalleled. Using the Heart Sutra, Chunzong cultivated and comprehended while continuing his journey. Due to the existence of the Tai Dragon, the planetary belt with thousands of planets formed a unique force field, making the space there 10 times stronger than the outside world. It was abnormally strong, and Chunzong was unable to use void travel. However, with the awakening of the Tai Dragon, the planetary belt was completely destroyed and turned into cosmic dust that drifted away. The strange force field also disappeared and no longer existed. It could no longer stop Chunzong. With a slight movement, Chunzong transformed into a sword light and flew out again. His speed seemed to have increased by a few notches. When his speed was raised to the maximum, Chunzong planned to use void travel. Suddenly, he thought of Shilong's domineering posture, and his heart moved slightly. Immediately, his body imitated Shilong's appearance. His arms stretched forward, his 5 fingers like hooks seemed to grab the space of the universe, and he suddenly tore it to the left and right. With a ripping sound, Chunzong actually tore a hole in the space. Afterwards, Chunzong's feet moved. As he moved, a wondrous and tyrannical power was activated. It spread inch by inch, passing through his legs and waist. He directly burrowed into the shallow spatial crack in a tyrannical manner like a dragon of the night. Travel. In just a few short breaths, Chunzong rushed out of the space from the other end of 300,000 meters away. 2 times. Compared to before, the distance had increased by 2 times. It had become 3 times the original distance. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Chunzong also knew the reason. The first reason was the improvement of his Tao of space, and the second reason was to imitate Shilong's posture. Shilong's extremely domineering posture contained supreme mysteries and was also an extremely profound application of power. It was incomparably powerful, and it gave Chunzong great inspiration. Like a child who had obtained a favorite toy, Chunzong happily tried again and again. Imitating Shilong's extremely domineering posture, he repeatedly traveled through the void. When the power of the Tao of space was exhausted, he could no longer travel at his own speed. After recovering, he continued to imitate, becoming more and more proficient. In the end, Chunzong no longer needed to make any preparations. He could directly tear open the shallow space and travel 300,000 meters. His speed was much faster, he was much more relaxed, and he consumed much less energy. In the depths of the universe, white gold lights surged, piercing through the layers of space-time like sharp blades. This light was extremely sharp and domineering, and it was suffused with boundless holiness. It broke through layers upon layers of restrictions, ultimately breaking through everything and descending upon the outer universe. The white gold light was endless, condensing into a 100-meter-tall figure. Like a god descending to the mortal world, it exuded boundless divine might. A pair of white gold divine eyes swept past, seeming to see through all the mysteries of the universe. At the same time, above the white gold figure, countless strands of energy converged, transforming into a massive vortex that exuded a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of suppressing everything. Your reaction speed is very fast. The white gold figure's divine eyes swept around, staring at the massive vortex that was rapidly condensing in the sky. It seemed like it was about to transform into a gigantic eye, exuding a terrifying pressure that wanted to crush the white gold figure. Soon after, the gigantic eye condensed, exuding boundless heavenly might. It suddenly shot out a terrifying beam of light that struck the white gold figure. He could not dodge or block it. In an instant, the 100-meter-tall platinum figure was destroyed by the beam of light from the single eye. It turned into countless streaks of platinum light that shot out in all directions like meteors and disappeared. A second later, the eye became blurry and gradually dispersed, returning to its original tranquility. After several dozen breaths of time, as if all the dust had settled, a 2-meter-tall figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was shockingly similar to the 100-meter-tall white gold figure that had been obliterated. The reaction of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe is indeed fast. Fortunately, I was prepared. The figure muttered to himself with a faint smile. Now it's time for my divine might to descend. I wonder if there's anyone in the outer universe who can gain my favor and become my sharp blade to fight for me in this universe. Bits of white gold light flew across the sky, looking like exploding fireworks. In an instant, they spread out in all directions and swept far away. The whitish gold light was as fine as a grain of rice. Its aura was weak and restrained. As it flew, some of the whitish gold light spots gradually disappeared. However, there were also some whitish gold light spots that encountered cultivators and directly entered their bodies. In an instant, the cultivators who received the white gold light spots had white gold light bursting out of their bodies, either within a few breaths or several dozen breaths of time. In an instant, the white gold light covered their entire bodies and gradually faded away. It was as if they had silently merged into the universe and disappeared. Void travel. After another 300,000 meters, Chunzong was shuttling through the void. Suddenly, a white gold light spot flew over at lightning speed. It was too fast. Moreover, the white gold light seemed to have sensed Chunzong's aura and instantly adjusted its direction slightly. It should have bypassed Chunzong, but it ended up flying directly toward Chunzong. Extremely fast. Chunzong's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately attacked. His sword fingers pierced through the air, and sword light shot out. The sword light was condensed and extremely sharp. The moment it hit the white gold light, Chunzong was slightly stunned. He had missed. He had missed. The white gold light was like a phantom. In an instant, the white gold light directly hit Chunzong's body and sank into it. Chunzong only felt that his consciousness was in a trance. At the same time, bursts of white gold light emerged from Chunzong's body and covered his entire body. Chunzong's body was fading away as if it had disappeared. However, it did not really disappear. It was just hiding in a way that became transparent. Suddenly, countless rays of platinum light flashed in front of Chunzong's eyes. It was as if the sun had risen into the sky. Soon after, a platinum figure that was 10,000 feet tall appeared. As the figure appeared, an extremely vast divine might swept out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It pressed forward as if it wanted to suppress Chunzong. God! Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling was similar to when he faced the eagle-headed statue before. However, compared to the 30-meter-tall eagle-headed statue, this divine power was much more powerful. I'm the Skyblade fighting God. The voice of the 1,000-foot white gold figure sounded, with a terrible fighting spirit and amazing blade intent. It was like a knife or a sword that made Chunzong's heart tremble. He originally planned to activate the black mark to devour the spirit consciousness of this god, but he suddenly changed his mind and temporarily suppressed the black mark. The Skyblade, fighting god. The platinum body of this self-proclaimed Skyblade battle god was different from that of the eagle god. The eagle god had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, while the Skyblade battle god didn't look too different from the origin race or the human race. The lucky one, draw your sword, defeat all opponents, and stand in front of me. I will give you the supreme divine power to sweep the universe. The voice of the Skyblade, fighting god, sounded again. The divine power was vast and endless, but Shenzong heard a strong bewitchment in it. This kind of bewitchment seemed to stir up the passion in one's heart and ignite one's blood. It made people unable to help but give birth to a kind of supreme motivation. In an instant, the 1,000-foot figure moved away. A path that seemed to be paved with sharp blades extended from an endless distance to Shenzong's feet. Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already felt his current state. It was not a real body, but a consciousness. However, it did not feel like a consciousness. It was just a projection of consciousness, like a projection. It was very mysterious. Then, let's give it a try. With a thought, Shenzong immediately stepped forward. The body of the projection of consciousness directly stepped out and set foot on the white gold path of sharp blades. The body of the projection of consciousness did not have much power. It was very ordinary. It did not have the superpower of the Fiend God Sword Codex, nor did it have the power of the 5 great Taoists. In short, it was just a very ordinary power. Under normal circumstances, suddenly losing a powerful cultivation and power would make people panic and uneasy. However, Shenzong was very calm. On the one hand, Shenzong had experienced this kind of thing many times and was familiar with it. On the other hand, Shenzong could feel the existence of the black mark and could activate it in an instant. This gave Shenzong great confidence and confidence. Then, let's see what the Skyblade fighting god was going to do. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.